where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence, is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago, in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name: Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, rule by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years, until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry. And, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed. And so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above. And he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep. The rock is sharp. And with every step, the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun, the actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality, horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy. And every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation. The kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says, dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog. Not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing, copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate, Two sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. Two stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses, rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lenaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbor's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on 2 contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these 2 speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the four-armed, four-legged creatures into two two-armed, two-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When two halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer. Diotima suggests he died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider, Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness, but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations, at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Good evening and welcome back. Please unwind and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Semyonovsky Parade Ground. St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles, that metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square, the rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment, a lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now. About the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices. The one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic. The first 3 men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Elsa's certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls, or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease. Not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence, and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die. And that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchain them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life, between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes, while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner. Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood, but when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He's simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are two types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs, who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church, and Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sought it out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison. Not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, "Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain." Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment. Suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. The need to feel that we exist, even if that feeling comes through pain. The other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him. We're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses, the house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 a.m, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment. The same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, she threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood. What was happening? They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible. Where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison. And he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable. Not just unhappy, existentially disturbed. Because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, "I'm destroying myself at the tables." But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, "The rational thing is to cash out now." Then he writes, "But the rational thing is death." He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, "I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money." This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 + 2 = 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness. It's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work, some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower, or God, or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same person who sat down. That's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction, the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are, not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something suspended between the two. Forever gambling on which one will become. Let me tell you something that will disturb you. In 1966, a 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman climbed the top of a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire, killing 14 people in his suicide. Note, he wrote, I do not quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. Those words could have been written by Raskolnikov. The same hyper-rational tone analyzing its own irrationality, the same distance from his own actions, the same bewilderment at his own choices. In 2011, Anders Breivik massacred 77 people in Norway. His manifesto quoted crime and punishment extensively. He identified completely with Raskolnikov's theory of the extraordinary man who stands above conventional morality. These aren't coincidences or misreadings. These killers recognized something in Dostoevsky's character that most readers prefer to ignore. Raskolnikov isn't a warning. He's a diagnosis. And the disease he represents isn't rare, it's epidemic. But here's what everyone gets wrong about crime and punishment. They think it's about a man who commits murder and then feels guilty. That's not what happens at all. Raskolnikov feels guilty before the murder, indifferent during it, and confused after it. The guilt isn't about what he did, it's about what he is. And what he is, Dostoevsky suggests, is what we all are when we're honest with ourselves. Let's trace the actual psychology, not the simplified version they teach in literature class. Raskolnikov doesn't wake up one day and decide to kill someone. The murder grows in his mind like a tumor, starting with an abstract thought experiment. If Napoleon had needed to kill an old pawnbroker to fund his rise to power, would that have Being wrong? History says no, we celebrate Napoleon despite the millions who died in his wars. So why is killing one useless old woman worse than killing millions of useful young men? This isn't sociopathic thinking. It's actually rigorously logical. Every society honors its successful killers. We call them heroes, generals, founding fathers. We build statues to men who killed thousands. But kill one person for personal gain, and you're a monster. Raskolnikov sees this hypocrisy and can't unsee it. The crime isn't killing, the crime is killing without historical justification. Now watch how Dostoevsky constructs the psychology. Raskolnikov doesn't proceed from theory to action. He oscillates. One moment he's convinced he's Napoleon, the next he's disgusted with himself. He plans the murder meticulously, then tries to forget about it. He's not a cold killer, he's a fever dream of contradiction. And this is exactly right, psychologically. Real killers aren't emotionless. They're experiencing all emotions simultaneously, which looks like no emotion from the outside. The actual murder scene is the most psychologically accurate depiction of violence ever written. Raskolnikov doesn't feel powerful or evil or righteous. He feels nothing. His body commits the murder while his consciousness floats somewhere near the ceiling, watching. He notes irrelevant details, the pattern on the wallpaper, a fly buzzing, the way the blood pools in a perfect circle. This dissociation isn't dramatic invention. Every soldier, every police officer who's killed someone describes the same phenomenon. The mind can't process the enormity of ending another consciousness, so it focuses on trivia. But here's where Dostoevsky's genius reveals itself. After the murder, Raskolnikov doesn't run or celebrate or collapse. He becomes obsessed with weather. He remembered to close the door. That's it. The most important question in the universe becomes, did I close the door? Because the human mind, faced with the infinite implications of murder, retreats to the finite, manageable question of a door, the cat and mouse. Game with the investigator Porfiry isn't really about solving the crime. Porfiry knows Raskolnikov is guilty almost immediately. What he's doing is far more sophisticated. He's trying to make Raskolnikov understand what he's actually done. Not killed an old woman. That's just the physical fact. What he's done is attempt to step outside the human community, to become a pure individual, responsible to no one but himself. And that, Dostoevsky shows, is impossible. Not immoral-impossible. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch Raskolnikov's disintegration. He doesn't feel guilty about the murder. He feels guilty about not feeling guilty. He's broken the ultimate taboo and discovered that nothing happened. No lightning bolt from God, no transformation into a Superman, no fundamental change in his being. He's exactly the same person, except now he knows what he's capable of. And that knowledge is unbearable. This is the murder we all commit, metaphorically, every day. Every time we treat another person as an object, as a means to an end, as less than fully human, we're following Raskolnikov's logic, the businessman who destroys competitors, the politician, who sacrifices constituents for power, the lover who uses another's feelings for their own satisfaction. They're all committing little murders, killing the humanity of others to elevate themselves. But Dostoevsky goes deeper. The real crime isn't treating others as objects, it's treating yourself as a subject while everyone else is an object. This is the fundamental narcissism of consciousness. I know I have an inner life, thoughts, feelings, dreams, but you, I can only assume you do. I can never really know. So at some level, everyone else is theoretical while I'm real. This is why we can scroll past news of thousands dying while crying over a fictional character in a movie. The fictional character feels more real because we have access to their inner life. The thousands of real dead people are just statistics. Raskolnikov's theory about ordinary and extraordinary people isn't wrong, it's incomplete. He thinks extraordinary people are rare, but Dostoevsky shows they're everywhere. Everyone thinks they're extraordinary. Everyone believes they're the exception to the rules they apply to others. The only difference is most of us don't act on it. We commit our murders in imagination, in small cruelties, in the thousand ways we deny the full humanity of others while insisting on our own. The confession scene destroys the conventional reading of the novel. Raskolnikov doesn't confess because he realizes murder is wrong. He confesses because the weight of being separate from humanity becomes unbearable. He doesn't return to morality, he collapses back into the human community from sheer exhaustion. The confession isn't moral awakening, it's psychological necessity. No one can sustain the position of being truly individual, truly separate, truly extraordinary. We need others to confirm we exist, even if that confirmation comes in the form of punishment. Look at the online communities that worship Raskolnikov. Today, young men, usually isolated, usually intelligent, who read the novel and think, he's literally me. They missed the point catastrophically. Raskolnikov isn't a hero or an anti-hero. He's a warning about what happens when intelligence curves back on itself, when thinking replaces feeling, when theory replaces reality. He's what happens when you mistake understanding life for living it. But here's the truly disturbing part. These young men aren't wrong to identify with him. They're recognizing something real. The conditions that created Raskolnikov, alienation, intellectual isolation, the collapse of traditional meaning systems, the reduction of everything to economic transaction, these aren't 19th century Russian problems. They're the default state of modern existence. We're all living in Raskolnikov's shabby apartment, lying on his sofa, thinking his thoughts. The difference is, we've normalized it. We've made alienation comfortable. We've gamified isolation. We've made thinking ourselves special into a consumer product. Every social media profile is a little announcement of extraordinary status. Every post is a small murder of others' reality in favor of our own. We're all Raskolnikov, but with better apartments and more sophisticated rationalizations. Dostoevsky predicted this with terrifying accuracy. In his notes for the novel, he wrote, "The disease of isolation will spread until it becomes the norm. Then murder, physical or spiritual, will become as common as breathing. Look around. Mass shootings by isolated young men who've convinced themselves they're extraordinary. Suicide rates that climb even as material comfort increases. The casual cruelty of online interaction where others aren't fully human. Just text on a screen." But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us in despair. The epilogue, which most readers find unconvincing, actually contains the real message. Raskolnikov's redemption doesn't come through understanding or accepting that murder is wrong. It comes through Sonia, the prostitute who represents degraded humanity. She doesn't argue with his theories or appeal to his morality. She simply insists on his humanity despite everything. She treats him as human when he can't treat himself as human. This is the antidote to the murder we all commit, recognizing that others are as real as we are, not through logic or morality, but through love. Not romantic love, but something more difficult, the decision to treat others as fully real, despite knowing we can never fully access their reality. It's an act of faith, not in God, but in the realness of other consciousness. The murder everyone commits isn't physical. It's the daily assassination of empathy, the casual denial of others' inner lives, the comfortable assumption that we're the protagonist while everyone else is supporting cast. Raskolnikov shows us where this thinking leads when taken to its logical conclusion, but we don't need to take it that far. We're already there, just distributed across millions of small murders instead of one large one. The genius of crime and punishment isn't that it shows us a killer. It's that it shows us ourselves with the volume turned up. Every thought Raskolnikov has, we've had. Every rationalization he uses, we use. The only difference is he acts on them and we don't. Or rather, we don't think we do. But every ignored suffering, every dismissed person, every moment we choose our comfort over another's humanity, that's our confession. We're all guilty. The question is whether we'll admit it before or after the murder. I want you to try something right now. Think about the last major decision you made. Not what you decided, but the voices that argued inside your head before you decided. There was probably a logical voice listing pros and cons, an emotional voice pulling you toward what felt right, maybe a cautious voice warning about consequences, and underneath all of them, a darker voice suggesting things you'd never admit out loud. Now here's what Dostoevsky understood that nobody before him had articulated. Those aren't different perspectives from one unified self. Those are different selves. And the thing you call I is just the temporary winner of their eternal war. The Brothers Karamazov isn't really a novel about four brothers. It's a map of the human psyche, and the brothers aren't characters. They're the forces that exist inside every human mind. When readers say they identify with Ivan or Alyosha, they're missing the point spectacularly. You don't identify with one brother. You are all four brothers, simultaneously, right now, as you're reading this. And the tension between them isn't something to be resolved. It is what you are. Let's start with Ivan, because he's the voice modern people hear most clearly. Ivan isn't just an intellectual, he's the part of every human consciousness that demands the world make sense. When a child dies of cancer, when innocent people suffer, when chaos destroys good people while evil ones prosper, that rage you feel, that's Ivan. He's not wrong to be angry. His famous rebellion against God isn't about atheism. It's about the incompatibility between consciousness and reality. We evolved brains capable of imagining perfect justice in a universe that delivers random horror. Ivan is that incompatibility given voice. His Grand Inquisitor chapter is probably the most misunderstood text in literature. People read it as either an argument for or against Christianity. But look closer. The Inquisitor isn't talking about religion, he's talking about human nature. His argument is devastatingly simple. Humans say they want freedom, but what they really want is to be told what to do. They want someone else to carry the burden of choice. Every time you follow a trend, obey an authority, accept conventional wisdom without thinking, you're proving the Inquisitor right. We crucified Christ for offering freedom and would do it again, because freedom is terrifying. But here's what's brilliant about Dostoevsky's construction. Ivan creates the Grand Inquisitor. It's his story, his projection. The Inquisitor is Ivan's. Shadow the part of him that wants to surrender the very intelligence he's so proud of. Every intellectual secretly dreams of not having to think anymore. Every skeptic secretly envies believers. Every Ivan contains his own Inquisitor, wanting to burn the very freedom he claims to champion. Now Dmitri, he seems simple at first. The sensualist, the man of passion, the body opposed to Ivan's mind. But Dostoevsky is showing us something profound through Dmitri. He represents not just physical desire, but the body's rebellion against the tyranny of thought. You know that moment when you do exactly what you told yourself not to do. Eat the food you're avoiding, text the person you should forget, buy the thing you can't afford. That's Dmitri asserting his sovereignty. He's not weak, he's refusing to be enslaved by Ivan's logic. Dmitri's relationship with his father and Grushenka isn't really about sex or money. It's about the war between what we think we should want and what we actually want. Every addiction, every compulsion, every moment of I don't know why I did that comes from Dmitri. But also every moment of spontaneous joy, every act of irrational generosity, every time we choose life over logic. When Dmitri says, beauty is a terrible and awful thing, he's recognizing that what draws us most powerfully often destroys us, and we choose it anyway. The trial of Dmitri is really the trial of the human body itself. Is he guilty of patricide? In fact, no. In essence, absolutely. He wanted his father dead, imagined it, would have done it if someone else hadn't. This is the guilty innocence we all carry condemned, not for what we've done, but for what we're capable of doing. Every human walking free is a Dmitri who simply hasn't encountered the right circumstances yet. Alyosha seems like the good brother, the spiritual one, the one we're supposed to emulate. But that's completely wrong. Alyosha is the most radical brother because he's chosen to believe, despite having heard all of Ivan's arguments. He can't refute Ivan, intellectually nobody can. Instead, he does something more profound. He kisses him, not as argument but as answer. Alyosha represents the will to meaning despite meaninglessness, the choice to love despite evidence that love is just chemistry, the decision to act as if life matters despite knowing it doesn't. When Alyosha has his crisis of faith after Father Zozima's body corrupts and stinks proving he was just flesh, not a saint, this isn't weakness, it's honesty. Even our Alyosha voice doubts itself. Faith isn't the absence of doubt, it's the presence of doubt and choosing faith anyway. Every time you hope despite evidence, trust despite betrayal, try again despite failure. That's Alyosha refusing to let Ivan win. But now we come to the hidden brother, the one nobody wants to claim, Smerdikov, the bastard. The servant, the epileptic. He's disgusting, fawning, resentful. Nobody identifies with Smerichikov. But he's the most important brother because he's the one who actually acts. Ivan provides the theory that everything is permitted. Dmitri provides the passion and motive. But Smerdikov commits the murder. He's not the shadow, he's what happens when the shadow takes control. Here's what's terrifying about Smerdikov. He's the logical conclusion of Ivan's philosophy. If there's no God, no inherent meaning, no absolute morality, Then why not kill the old man and take his money? Smerdykov isn't evil, he's perfectly rational. He's Ivan's thoughts without Ivan's inhibitions. Every time we act on our worst impulses while telling ourselves we're justified, that's Smerdykov. He's not outside the family, he's the family. Secret, the truth, none of the legitimate brothers want to acknowledge. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich, is crucial to understanding the whole structure. He's not just a bad father, he's the absence that creates the brothers. His grotesque vitality, his shameless appetites, his mockery of everything sacred. This is what happens when all four brothers' voices are silenced. Pure ID without ego, or superego, is what we would become without our internal conflicts. Not evil, just empty. A human stripped of humanity. The murder of the father isn't really about him at all. Each brother kills him in their own way. Ivan kills him intellectually by removing the moral framework that would prevent murder. Dmitri kills him emotionally through pure hatred. Alyosha kills him spiritually by failing to prevent what he senses coming. And Smerdykov kills him physically, but only as the final expression of what the others have already done. The murder is collective, even though only one hand holds the weapon. This is why the question, who killed Fyodor Pavlovich, is the wrong question. They all did. We all do. Every generation kills its fathers, their values, their world, their good, and then has to live with the corpse. The brother's guilt isn't about the specific murder, but about the universal patricide that every consciousness commits by becoming itself. But here's Dostoevsky's most profound insight. The brothers need each other. Ivan without Dmitri becomes paralyzed by thought. Dmitri without Ivan becomes enslaved by impulse. Alyosha without Smerdykov becomes naive about evil. Smerdykov without the others becomes mechanical, inhuman. The conflict between them isn't a problem to be solved, it's what creates consciousness itself. Modern psychology wants to integrate these voices to achieve some kind of internal harmony. Dostoevsky says that's impossible and undesirable. The tension is the point. We are the I. Argument between Ivan and Alyosha. The fight between Dmitri and Smerdykov. Mental health isn't choosing one voice, it's accepting the permanent civil war and learning to live productively within it. When you next face a major decision, listen to the argument in your head. You'll hear Ivan analyzing, Dmitri wanting, Alyosha hoping, and yes, Smerdykov calculating what you could get away with. They're all you. The decision isn't really about what to do, it's about which brother wins this round. But remember, even the winner is still you. The brother who loses is also still you. You are the entire family, the entire argument, the entire impossibility of being human. This is why people who say they've found inner peace are either lying or dead inside. Peace would mean one brother has murdered the others. What we call maturity is just learning to manage the family dysfunction, to let each brother speak without letting any of them dominate completely. We are not individuals, we are individuals, divided within ourselves. And that division is what makes us human rather than machines. The brothers Karamazov isn't asking which brother you identify with or which one is right. It's showing you that you are the question itself, the eternal conflict between irreconcilable truths. You are Ivan's logic and Alyosha's faith, Dmitri's passion and Smerdyakov's shadow. You are the murder and the investigation, the guilt and the innocence, the family and its destruction. We are all for Karamazovs, and we always will be. The only choice is whether we acknowledge it or spend our lives pretending we're only one. But the pretense is exhausting, and eventually, usually at 3 a.m, when all the masks are off, we hear all 4 voices clearly, and in that moment of terrible clarity, we understand what Dostoevsky understood. We are not troubled because we're divided. We're human because we're divided. In 1878, Dostoevsky stood before a crowd in St. Petersburg and said something that made people think he'd gone mad. He said that within 50 years, Russia would be consumed by a revolution that would kill millions. That ideology would replace religion, that children would turn in their parents for wrong thinking, that the state would become God. The audience laughed. 50 years seemed impossibly far away, and besides, progress was inevitable. Humanity was getting better, more rational, more civilized. Everyone knew this. 39 years later, the Bolsheviks took power. Everything Dostoevsky predicted came true with such specific accuracy that Soviet scholars spent decades trying to explain it away. But here's what's really unsettling. That wasn't his final prophecy. He saw something bigger coming. He saw the 21st century. He saw us. Let me show you something extraordinary. In The Devil, sometimes translated as the possessed or demons, written in 1872, Dostoevsky describes a character named Stavrogin. Stavrogin is handsome, charismatic, influential. Everyone is obsessed with him. But here's the thing, he feels nothing. He's completely empty inside. He commits horrible acts, not from evil, but from boredom. He influences thousands while believing in nothing. Sound familiar? He's not a 19th century Russian nobleman. He's a 21st century influencer. He is the beautiful void at the center of social media culture, performing authenticity while being absolutely hollow. But it goes deeper. The demons in the novel aren't supernatural entities. They're ideas that possess people, spread from person to person, creating movements that destroy everything they touch. Dostoevsky is describing viral ideology, how a tweet becomes a movement, becomes a mob, becomes a massacre. He's showing how ideas don't need to be true or even coherent to possess millions. They just need to fill the void where meaning used to be. The character Pyotr Vensky is even more prophetic. He's not a traditional revolutionary. He doesn't believe in the cause he promotes. He's a chaos agent, someone who destroys for the pleasure of watching things burn. He understands that in a meaningless world, destruction feels like creation. Every internet troll, every mass shooter manifesto, every person who spreads conspiracy theories they don't even believe there, all were Vensky's children. He predicted the weaponization of nihilism, but here's what Dostoevsky saw that we're only beginning to understand. The specific type of nihilism that emerges not from suffering but from comfort. The underground man isn't poor or oppressed. He has enough money, education, freedom. His problem is precisely that he has no real problems. He creates suffering because comfort is intolerable to conscious beings. We're living in the most comfortable era in human history, yet anxiety and depression are epidemic. We're all becoming underground people, burrowing into our comfortable caves, raging at existence itself. Listen to how the underground man describes his condition. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But then he immediately contradicts himself. He's not really sick or wicked. He's hyperconscious. He can't stop thinking about thinking. He can't just live. He has to analyze living while he's living it. This is the curse of modern existence. We're all simultaneously living and watching ourselves live, performing and critiquing our performance, being and observing our being. Social media didn't create this condition, it just made it visible, and Monet is able. The crystal palace that the underground man rails against Dostoevsky's symbol for utopias. Silicon Valley's promise realized. A world where all problems are solved by technology, where algorithms predict our needs before we know them, where efficiency and comfort reach perfection. But Dostoevsky saw the horror of this paradise. Humans will destroy it, not despite it being perfect, but because it's perfect. We'll choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, meaning over happiness, simply to prove we're not machines. Look at what's happening right now. We have access to all human knowledge in our pockets, yet we choose to believe obvious lies. We can connect with anyone on earth, yet we're lonelier than ever. We've eliminated most physical dangers, yet we're paralyzed by anxiety about theoretical threats. We've created the crystal palace, and we're smashing it from the inside, just like Dostoevsky predicted we would. But the most terrifying prophecy is in his notes about the coming ant heap, a society where everyone's needs are met. Everything is organized rationally, all problems are solved, but nobody knows why they're alive. He writes, they will have everything except the one thing necessary a reason to exist. And in their desperation, they will create artificial problems, imaginary enemies, fictional catastrophes, anything to feel that life has stakes, that choices matter, that existence has weight. Isn't this exactly what we're doing? We've largely solved the problems of survival, so we've created new problems. We're outraged about things that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. We've turned politics into entertainment, identity into brand, trauma into currency. We're so desperate for meaning that we'll accept any narrative, however absurd. That makes us feel like protagonists in a story rather than extras in a simulation. Dostoevsky's solution isn't what anyone wants to hear. He doesn't say we should return to tradition or embrace progress or find balance. He says something much more difficult. Accept suffering as intrinsic to consciousness. Stop trying to eliminate it. Stop seeing it as a problem to solve. The attempt to create heaven on earth inevitably creates hell, because heaven would be a place where nothing matters, and humans can't tolerate a world where nothing matters. This is why every utopian project becomes dystopian. The Soviet Union tried to create the perfect society and created the Gulag. Silicon Valley tried to connect humanity and created the attention economy. Every attempt to eliminate suffering multiplies it, because suffering isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms. In his final notebook, written while dying, Dostoevsky wrote, "They will organize everything so perfectly that there will be no more questions. And that is when the real questions will begin." We've reached that point. All the old questions, how to survive, how to eat, how to shelter, have been answered for much of the developed world. And now the real questions that were always there, underneath, have emerged. Why exist? What's the point? Who am I when I could be anything? These aren't questions that can be answered by technology or politics or even philosophy. They're questions that can only be lived, suffered through, endured. And the suffering isn't meaningless, it's the meaning. The struggle with the question is the answer. The disease of consciousness isn't something to be cured, but something to be experienced fully, consciously, without anesthesia. His deathbed words were, "Do not let the candle go out." People assume he meant faith or hope, but reading his work, it's clear he meant something else. Consciousness itself. The terrible burden of being aware. In our age, the temptation isn't death, but unconsciousness, addiction to drugs, screens, ideologies, anything that turns off the painful awareness of being aware. We're all trying to extinguish the candle because its light shows us things we don't want to see. But here's Dostoevsky's final message. The candle is all we have. The consciousness that makes us suffer is also the only thing that makes us real. We can drug it, distract it, deny it, but we can't eliminate it without eliminating ourselves. The pain of being human isn't a problem to be solved, but the price of existing as something more than meat or machine. He saw us coming. He saw our comfortable despair, our connected isolation, our informed ignorance. He saw that we would create paradise and then destroy it, not from wickedness, but from the simple inability to tolerate perfection. He saw that we would have everything and feel nothing, know everything and understand nothing, be able to do everything and choose nothing. But he also saw something else. He saw that we would survive this, not by overcoming our nature, but by accepting it. We are the impossible creatures, suspended between animal and angel, matter and spirit, determinism and freedom. We are the glitch in the universe, the things that shouldn't exist but do. And our suffering isn't evidence that something's wrong. It's evidence that we're awake. The prophecy isn't that things will get better or worse. It's that things will become exactly what they are: intolerable and necessary, meaningless and significant, impossible and actual. We're living in Dostoevsky's prophecy right now. The only question is whether we'll live it consciously or spend our lives trying to sleep through it. But even our sleep will be troubled, because the candle can't really be extinguished. It can only be covered, and the shadows that creates are worse than the light. We've come full circle now, but like all true circles, we're not arriving at the same place we started. Let's return to that December morning in 1849, to the Semyonovsky parade ground, to the snow and the rifles and the white burial shrouds. But this time, we're going to look at it from a different angle, entirely not through Dostoevsky's eyes as he faced the firing squad, but through our own eyes, right now, as we face something remarkably similar. You see, after everything we've explored, the prison years, where he discovered the criminal within every saint, the roulette tables where he proved free will through self-destruction, the novels where he mapped the impossible geography of human consciousness. For all of this, we need to understand that the mock execution never really ended. Not for Dostoevsky, and not for us. We're all standing on that scaffold all the time, in every moment of our conscious lives. Think about what Dostoevsky actually saw in those final seconds before the drums announced his reprieve. He didn't see death approaching that would have been too simple, too clean. What he saw was life itself, but life as it actually is, rather than as we pretend it to be. Life stripped of all the comfortable illusions we use to make existence bearable. And what is life without illusions? It's standing on a scaffold with a rifle pointed at your heart, knowing you have 60 seconds left, except the 60 seconds never end and the rifle never fires, but also never lowers. This is what consciousness actually is: not thought, not awareness. but the permanent state of being about to cease existing while simultaneously being unable to stop existing. Every human being who has ever lived has stood on this scaffold. Most of them, mercifully, didn't know it. They lived in what Dostoevsky called the dream, the blessed unconsciousness of daily routine. Small pleasures, manageable problems, the 1,000 distractions we use to avoid looking directly at what we are, but Dostoevsky couldn't return to. The dream. The mock execution had awakened something in him that couldn't be put back to sleep. Every character he created afterward was, in essence, someone who had been kicked out of the dream and was trying to understand what had happened. To them, Raskolnikov murders to prove he's awake. The underground man rants from his hole because he can't bear the weight of consciousness. The Karamazov brothers tear rich, other apart because they each represent different ways of being unbearably aware. And here's what makes Dostoevsky's work feel so contemporary, so immediate, even though he's been dead for over a century. We're all being kicked out of the dream now. The comfortable unconsciousness that previous generations could maintain has become impossible. We know too much. We see too much. Every time you pick up your phone, you're confronted with the full horror and beauty of human existence, wars and weddings, tragedies and memes, the sublime and the ridiculous, all flattened into the same screen, all demanding the same response. Keep scrolling. We're living in a state of permanent mock execution, where the rifles are always raised but never fire, where we're always about to die but never do, where every moment could be our last but probably isn't. And just like Dostoevsky on that scaffold, we're noting absurd details, the number of likes on a post about genocide, the advertisement that plays before a video of someone's last moments, the way we can order dinner while reading about famine. This isn't callousness, it's the kind of hypersanity that comes from seeing too much reality at once. But here's what Dostoevsky understood that we're still struggling to grasp. This terrible state of permanent consciousness, this inability to return to the dream, this standing forever on the scaffold, it's not a curse to be lifted. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms pretending to be human. The burden of awareness is the price of being real in a universe that doesn't require our reality. Every character Dostoevsky created was attempting to solve the problem of consciousness. Raskolnikov thought he could think his way out of it. Prince Mishkin tried to love his way out. Ivan Karamazov tried to argue his way out. Dmitri tried to feel his way out. The underground man tried to spite his way out. But none of them succeeded because the problem has no solution. The problem is there. Solution. The disease is the cure. The question is the answer. This is why reading Dostoevsky feels like looking in a mirror that shows not your face but your skull. Not who you pretend to be but what you actually are. And what you are is impossible. Your matter that knows its matter, a temporary arrangement of atoms that can contemplate eternity. A biological machine that insists it has a soul despite having no evidence for souls. You shouldn't exist, but you do. Your existence is an error in the code of the universe. And that error is the most magnificent thing that has ever happened. The question Dostoevsky leaves us with isn't whether God exists, whether morality is real, whether life has meaning. These are all variations of the same fundamental error. The belief that there's an answer that would make consciousness bearable. The real question, the one he spent 30 years after his mock execution trying to articulate, is this. knowing what you now know about human nature, about your own nature, about the impossible contradiction of being a conscious being in an unconscious universe. How will you live? And notice not, how should you live? That would imply there's a correct answer. But how will you live? Because you will live, despite everything, despite knowing what you know. You'll wake up tomorrow and pretend you're not on the scaffold. You'll make plans as if you're not about to die. You'll love people who are also about to die and pretend together that you're not. You'll create meaning in a meaningless universe. Not because meaning exists, but because creating it is what conscious beings do. Dostoevsky already knew how you'll live because he knew how he lived after his mock execution. You'll live exactly as you always have, but now with a terrible addition: consciousness of what you're doing. You'll see yourself living, watch yourself choosing, observe yourself pretending. You'll be simultaneously the performer and the audience, the experiment and the experimenter, the prisoner and the guard, and in rare moments maybe at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep, maybe during a profound loss, maybe in inexplicable joy, you'll feel what Dostoevsky felt on that scaffold. The membrane between you and reality will dissolve. You'll see existence without filters, without narratives, without the comfort of meaning, and it will be unbearable, and it will be the most real moment of your life. This is Dostoevsky's final gift to us, though gift seems like the wrong word. For something so terrible, he showed us that we're all standing at the threshold between animal and angel, between matter and spirit, between meaning and meaninglessness. We can't cross the threshold because there's nothing on the other side. We can't step back because consciousness only moves forward. So we stand there, forever at the threshold, forever about to become something we'll never become, forever almost arriving at a destination that doesn't exist. The screen fades not to black, but to grey, that uncertain color between all absolutes, where human life actually happens. Not in the pure white of perfect goodness, or the pure black of total evil, but in the grey zone where every choice is compromised. Every truth is partial. Every love is tainted with selfishness. Every sacrifice is mixed with pride. This is where we live, have always lived, will always live in Dostoevsky's underground, which isn't below the earth but inside consciousness itself. His message isn't hope or despair. It's something more difficult: acceptance without resignation, struggle without victory, question without answer. We are the impossible beings, and our impossibility is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be lived. The candle, he told us not to let go out. It's not faith or hope or love. It's the terrible, beautiful burden of knowing that we know that we know. It's consciousness itself, the disease that makes us human, the gift that feels like a curse, the curse that might be a gift. We're all standing where Dostoevsky stood in 1849, waiting for the rifles to fire, knowing they never will, knowing will. Stand here forever, noting the way the snow falls, the way the light hits the church dome, the way our heart beats its futile rhythm against the approaching silence that never quite arrives. This is what it means to be human in the shadow of Dostoevsky's vision. Not to have answers, but to be the question. Not to solve the mystery, but to embody it. Not to escape the scaffold, but to recognize that the scaffold is everywhere, always has been, always will be, and that standing on it with full awareness of what we're doing is the closest thing to meaning we'll ever find. Dear friends, Thank you for being with me tonight. Please like and subscribe for the next episode. Until next time, good night.
Imagine this, Baghdad, the year 1091, the most powerful city on earth, a place where knowledge flows like water, where libraries tower higher than palaces, where scholars debate in marble halls that echo with the voices of genius. And at the center of it all, sitting on the intellectual throne of the Islamic world, are the philosophers. Not just any philosophers. These are men who believe they've cracked the code. Men who think they've unlocked the secrets of existence itself. Men who claim to know God's mind through pure reason alone. Their names, you might not recognize them today, but in the 11th century, they were superstars. Al-Farabi, the second, teacher, they called him. Second only to Aristotle himself, Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, a man who wrote over 400 books, a genius who mastered medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy before he turned 21. These weren't just smart men, they were legends, rock stars of the mind, and they had built something extraordinary, an empire of thought. For nearly 400 years, their system had stood unshaken, a grand intellectual cathedral built on Greek foundations. Plato and Aristotle filtered through, Islamic civilization refined into something even more powerful. They promised something irresistible, certainty, not the messy, complicated certainty of faith, not the uncertain certainty of religious experience. No, they offered mathematical certainty, logical certainty, the kind of knowing that couldn't be questioned, the kind of truth that stood independent of culture, of time, of even God himself. Think about that for a moment. These philosophers claimed they could prove the nature of reality through reason alone. They could demonstrate how the universe worked. They could explain the divine. They could map the soul, all without revelation, all without prophets, all without scripture, just pure, cold, beautiful logic. And people believed them. The educated, elite of the Islamic world hung on their every word. Their books were copied and studied in every major city. Their ideas shaped how people understood everything: medicine, law, theology, politics. The philosophers had become the ultimate authority. But here's what made them truly dangerous. It wasn't just what they said, it was how certain they were when they said it. They didn't present their ideas as theories, as possibilities, as best guesses about the nature of things. They presented them as facts, necessary truths that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Take their view of God, for example. The philosophers had it all figured out. God was the necessary being, the unmoved mover, the first cause from which everything else flowed in a perfect, eternal chain of existence. Beautiful, right? Elegant, sophisticated, intellectually satisfying. But here's the problem. Their God was a mathematician's God, a logician's God, a God who operated according to eternal, unchangeable laws that even he couldn't break. Their God didn't really create the universe. Not in the way you and I think of creation. No, the universe just sort of emanated from him, like light from the sun, eternally, necessarily, without choice, without will, without any personal involvement. Their God didn't know you, not individually, not personally. He knew universals, categories, the general principles of things, but your specific pain, your particular joy, your individual struggles, those were beneath divine knowledge, too small, too contingent, too unimportant. And miracles, prophets, divine intervention in human affairs, the philosophers smiled at such primitive notions. Everything happened according to natural law, unbreakable causal chains that stretched from eternity past to eternity future. There was no room for the supernatural, no space for the miraculous, no possibility of God reaching down into his creation to change things. The universe was a perfect machine, and the philosophers had figured out how it worked. Now you might be thinking, so what? Why does this matter? Here's why. Because at the time, this wasn't just philosophy. This was the foundation of everything. If the philosophers were right, then huge chunks of Islamic belief made no sense. Prayer. Why pray to a God who can't hear your specific words? Prophecy. Why would God send messengers if he already set everything in motion eternally? The afterlife? How could there be bodily resurrection in a universe governed by unbreakable natural laws? Free will. How could humans make real choices in a cosmos where every event necessarily follows from the one before? The philosophers had built a system so tight, so logically coherent, so seemingly unassailable, that it threatened to swallow religion whole. And they knew it. They didn't see this as a problem. They saw it as progress. Religion, they whispered, in their private circles was for the masses, the uneducated, the simple-minded who needed stories and rituals to keep them in line. But for the intellectual elite, for the truly enlightened, philosophy was the real path to truth. Everything else was just useful fiction. Imagine living in that world. Imagine being a young scholar, training in the great institutions of Baghdad, learning from the best minds of your generation, and slowly realizing that the philosophy you're learning, the system everyone praises, the intellectual tradition everyone reveres, quietly undermines everything you believe in. That was the world of the 11th century. Philosophy sat on its throne, unchallenged, unquestioned, seemingly unquestionable. Its authority was absolute. Its confidence was total. Its certainty was complete. The philosophers had won, or so they thought. Because somewhere in that world, a man was beginning to ask dangerous questions. Questions that would shake the throne of knowledge to its foundations. Questions that would expose cracks in the seemingly perfect edifice. Questions that would launch the most devastating intellectual assault the philosophical tradition had ever faced. His name was Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Ghazali, and he was about to start a war, not with swords, not with armies, with something far more dangerous. With doubt, the philosophers had built their empire on the promise of certainty, on the claim that reason alone could deliver absolute truth. But what if that certainty was an illusion? What if the foundations weren't as solid as they appeared? What if the throne of knowledge was built on sand? Al-Ghazali was about to find out, and when he did, nothing would ever be the same. The stage is set. The players are in position. The greatest intellectual drama of the medieval world is about to begin. A drama of ideas, yes, but also of crisis, of personal anguish, of a brilliant mind turning against itself, because this wasn't going to be a detached, academic exercise. This was going to be personal. Al-Ghazali wasn't just going to critique the philosophers from the outside, he was going to demolish them from within. He knew their arguments better than they did. He had mastered their logic. He had climbed to the very peak of their system, and from that height, he could see what no one else could see. The fatal flaws, the hidden contradictions, the unexamined assumptions, the cracks in the throne. But seeing them would cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his peace of mind. Because once you start questioning certainty itself, there's no safe place to stand. Once you begin doubting the foundations, the entire structure becomes unstable, including the ground beneath your own feet. Philosophers promised a path to unshakable truth. Al-Ghazali was about to discover that the only thing certain in this world is uncertainty itself, and that realization would nearly destroy him. But first, he had to climb their ladder, master their system, become one of them. Only then could he bring it all crashing down. The throne of knowledge stood tall and proud in 1091. By the time Al-Ghazali was done, it would never stand quite so tall again. This is his story. This is the story of the man who broke philosophy, and it begins with a simple, terrifying question. A question he couldn't shake. A question that kept him awake at night. A question that would haunt him for years. How do I know that I know? Such a small question. Such devastating consequences. There's a moment that comes to every brilliant mind. A moment when everything changes. When the fortress of certainty you've built around yourself suddenly feels less like protection and more like a prison. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came at the height of his power. The year was 1095. He was 37 years old, and he was untouchable. The most celebrated professor at the Nizamiya College in Baghdad. The most prestigious academic institution in the world. Students traveled for months just to sit in his lectures. Scholars quoted his books from memory. Rulers sought his advice. He had mastered every field of knowledge available: jurisprudence, theology, logic, philosophy. He could debate any scholar on any topic and win. He had everything a medieval intellectual could dream of: fame, respect, security, authority. But something was wrong, terribly wrong. It started small, a whisper at the edge of his mind. A question that appeared during a lecture, uninvited. A doubt that crept in while he was writing, unexpected. At first, he brushed it away. He was Al-Ghazali, the proof of Islam, the renewer of faith. Doubt was for lesser minds, for students still learning, for people who hadn't yet mastered the art of reasoning. Not for him, but the whisper wouldn't leave. It grew louder, more insistent, more impossible to ignore, and the question it kept asking was devastatingly simple. How do you know? Not how do you know this particular fact or that specific argument, but how do you know anything at all? How do you know that your senses are telling you the truth? How do you know that your reasoning is valid? How do you know that what you call knowledge isn't just elaborate self-deception? These weren't new questions, of course. Philosophers had played with skepticism before, as intellectual exercises, as thought experiments to sharpen their logical tools. But this was different. This wasn't a game. For Al-Ghazali, these questions became visceral, urgent, inescapable. He would stand before his students, delivering brilliant lectures on Islamic law, and in the back of his mind, a voice would whisper, "But how do you know any of this is true?" He would write treatises defending orthodox theology against philosophical attacks, and the voice would ask, "But what makes your theology any more certain than their philosophy?" He would cite authorities, hadith, Quranic verses, logical proofs, and the voice would push back. "But how do you know your interpretation is correct? How do you know your logic isn't flawed? How do you know anything?" This is what intellectual crisis actually feels like, not like a dramatic moment of revelation, not like suddenly seeing the truth, more like drowning in slow motion, like watching the ground beneath you turn to quicksand, like feeling the walls of your mind close in. Al-Ghazali later described it as a sickness, a disease of the soul that spread through every part of his being. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't teach without feeling like a fraud. Because, here's what he realized. All his life, he had been in the business of certainty. As a jurist, he issued legal rulings. This is permissible. That is forbidden. These are definitive judgments backed by divine law. As a theologian, he defended religious truth. God is like this. Reality works like that. These are facts about existence itself. As a professor, he transmitted knowledge. Learn this, master that, build your understanding on these foundations. His entire career was built on the assumption that certain knowledge was possible, that you could know things for sure, that truth was accessible, that the human mind could grasp reality. But now that assumption was crumbling, and it all started with sense perception, Al-Ghazali began asking himself, why do I trust my senses? Sure, they usually seem reliable. I see a table, I touch it, it's solid, it's there. but I also dream. And in dreams, I'm absolutely convinced that what I'm experiencing is real. I see dream tables. I touch dream walls. I have dream conversations. And in the dream, it all feels completely certain. It's only when I wake up that I realize none of that was real. So here's the terrifying question. How do I know I'm not dreaming right now? How do I know that everything I call waking life isn't just another dream, a longer dream, a more consistent dream, but still a dream? You might say, but when you wake up, you can distinguish dream from reality. Can you though? Or do you just have another experience, another set of sensations that you've learned to call waking up? Maybe there's another level of consciousness beyond this one, a higher waking state. And when you reach it, you'll look back on everything you called real life the way you now look back on dreams, as illusions, as phantoms, as experiences that felt certain but weren't. Al-Ghazali sat with this possibility, and it shook him. But it got worse. Because even if you accept your senses as basically reliable, there's still reason. Logic. Rational thought, the tool philosophers swore by. The instrument that supposedly gave absolute certainty. Al-Ghazali had spent decades mastering logic. He knew every rule, every form of valid inference, every technique of reasoning. He was a master logician, and now he was asking, but why should I trust logic? Think about it. When you make a logical argument, you're relying on certain principles, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. You assume that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. But why? Because it's self-evident, philosophers would say. Because to deny it leads to absurdity. But who decides what's self-evident? Your mind does, and how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic works. That's circular reasoning. You can't use your mind to verify your mind is trustworthy. That's like asking a liar if he's lying. So what's left? Al-Ghazali realized he was trapped. Every foundation he tried to stand on turned out to rest on another, assumption, and that assumption rested on another, and another. It was assumptions all the way down. No bedrock, no solid ground, no ultimate certainty. This wasn't just an intellectual problem. This was an existential crisis. Because Al-Ghazali had built his entire life on the belief that knowledge was possible, that truth was real, that you could be certain about important things. And now that belief was collapsing. He describes lying in bed for months, paralyzed by doubt, unable to work, unable to teach, unable to function. His colleagues were confused. His students were worried. His reputation was at stake. But he couldn't explain what was happening to him. How do you tell people, I'm not sure anything I've ever taught you is actually true? How do you say, I've lost faith in the very possibility of knowledge? You can't. So he suffered in silence. But here's where it gets really interesting. In the midst of this crisis, Al-Ghazali made a crucial observation. The same doubt that was destroying him was also destroying the philosophers' claims. Because the philosophers claimed certainty. Absolute, unshakable certainty about the nature of reality. They said, through pure reason, we know that the universe is eternal. But how do they know? They said, through logical deduction, we know that God knows only universals. But how do they know? They said, through philosophical demonstration, we know that miracles are impossible. But how do they know? They were using the same tools Al-Ghazali now doubted. Sense perception, logical reasoning, rational inference. They were building their grand system on the same shaky foundations. But unlike Al-Ghazali, they hadn't questioned those foundations. They assumed reason was reliable. They assumed logic gave certainty. They assumed the human mind could grasp ultimate truths, without proof, without justification, without examining their own assumptions. And that was their fatal mistake. Because if you claim certainty, you better be able to prove you have it, and the philosophers couldn't. They just assumed they could know. They took it for granted. They built an empire of thought on an unexamined foundation. Al-Ghazali saw this now, saw it with a clarity born of personal suffering. He had been where they were, confident, certain, secure in his knowledge, and he had discovered that certainty was an illusion, a comforting lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting the abyss of uncertainty beneath everything we think we know. This realization changed everything. Al-Ghazali wasn't going to critique the philosophers from a position of rival certainty. He wasn't going to say, "Your system is wrong and mine is right." He was going to do something far more devastating. He was going to show that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims to knowledge were baseless, that their entire edifice of thought rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. He was going to use doubt as a weapon, not to destroy knowledge entirely, not to embrace complete skepticism, but to demolish the philosophers' arrogance, their certainty, their claim to have figured it all out, because he had learned something in his crisis, something the philosophers in their confidence had missed. Uncertainty isn't weakness, it's honesty. Doubt isn't the enemy of truth. It's the beginning of wisdom, and the willingness to question everything, even your own mind, is the only real path to understanding. The philosophers had never done that. They had never truly doubted, never really questioned their foundations, never honestly asked, "How do I know that I know?" They had been too busy building their systems to examine the ground beneath them. Al-Ghazali had looked down, and he had seen the abyss. And from that abyss, he was going to launch his attack, not as a rival philosopher offering a competing system of certainty, but as someone who had been to the edge and back, someone who knew what the philosophers didn't. That certainty itself is the problem, that the claim to absolute knowledge is the original sin of philosophy, that you can't build a tower to heaven when you're standing on quicksand. He began to write. Slowly, at first, testing his thoughts, working through his arguments. The title came to him clearly. Tahafut al-Falasifa, the incoherence of the philosophers. Not the errors of the philosophers, not against the philosophers. The incoherence, the internal contradictions, the logical breakdowns, the places where their system fell apart under its own weight. He wasn't going to refute them with a rival system. He was going to show that their system refuted itself. This was going to be surgical, precise, devastating. He would take their own tools, their own logic, their own methods of reasoning, and turn them against the philosophers themselves. He would show that on their own terms, using their own standards, their conclusions didn't follow, that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims were incoherent, that the throne of knowledge they sat on was a house of cards, and when he was done, philosophy would never be the same. But this wasn't going to be easy, because to dismantle the philosophers, he first had to master them completely. He had to understand their system better than they did, see its weaknesses from the inside. He had to become one of them before he could destroy them, and that journey would take him to the darkest corners of thought, to questions that had no comfortable answers, to ideas that threatened everything he believed. He was about to catalogue 20 problems with philosophical thought, 20 cracks in the edifice, 20 reasons why certainty was impossible, 20 ways the philosophers had deceived themselves and everyone else. But we're going to focus on the big three. The three problems so devastating, so fundamental, so destructive to the philosophical worldview that Al-Ghazali declared them heresy, not just errors, not just mistakes, full-blown disbelief. Because these three ideas didn't just challenge philosophy, they challenged the very possibility of meaning, of purpose, of human dignity. They made the universe cold, mechanical, empty. And Al-Ghazali was going to show why they were wrong. The first problem, the eternity of the world. The second, God's knowledge of particulars. The third, the denial of bodily resurrection. Each one a battlefield, each one a crisis, each one a question that cuts to the heart of what it means to be human. And Al-Ghazali was ready for war. The whisper of doubt had become a battle cry. The personal crisis had become a philosophical weapon. The man who had lost, his certainty was about to take certainty away from everyone else. And in doing so, he would change the course of intellectual history. The throne of knowledge was about to be shaken, and Al-Ghazali was the one holding the hammer. Imagine you're an architect. You've been hired to inspect a magnificent building, a cathedral that stood for 400 years. Everyone says it's perfect, unshakable, a masterpiece of engineering. Your job: find the flaws, not cosmetic issues, not minor cracks in the paint, structural problems, fatal weaknesses, the kind of flaws that mean the whole thing could come down. That's what Al-Ghazali was about to do to philosophy, but he wasn't going to be random about it. He wasn't going to just throw criticisms at the wall and see what stuck. He was methodical, strategic, surgical. He identified exactly 20 problems with the philosopher's system, 20 points where their logic broke down, where their certainty crumbled, where the edifice showed cracks. Why 20? Because that's how many it took to cover every major claim the philosophers made. About God, about the universe, about the soul, about causation, about knowledge itself. Each problem was a targeted strike at a specific pillar of their thought, and together, they brought the whole structure into question. Now, we could go through all 20, one by one, methodically. But that would take hours, and honestly, some of them are technical, philosophical inside baseball that only specialists care about. What we're going to do instead is focus on the approach, the method Al-Ghazali used, the strategy behind his attack, because understanding his method is more important than memorizing. His arguments, it's what made his critique so devastating, so enduring, so impossible to dismiss. Here's what he didn't do. He didn't write a book saying, the philosophers are wrong because the Quran says so. That would have been easy, safe, expected, but it also would have been useless, because the philosophers didn't care what the Quran said. Not really. Oh, they paid lip service to it. They claimed their philosophy was compatible with revelation. But when push came to shove, when philosophy and scripture conflicted, philosophy won. Every time, they would reinterpret scripture to fit their conclusions, allegorize away any contradictions, explain away any tensions. The revealed text became clay in their hands, something to be molded to fit their preconceived rational system. So Al-Ghazali knew, quoting scripture at them wouldn't work. He needed to beat them at their own game. He needed to use their tools, their methods, their standards of proof. He needed to show that even by their own criteria, their system failed. This is what makes his approach brilliant. He essentially said, okay, philosophers, you claim logical certainty. You say your conclusions necessarily follow from rational premises. Let's test that. Let's take your arguments apart, step by step, premise by premise, inference by inference, and let's see if they actually hold up. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Al-Ghazali discovered something the philosophers had hidden even from themselves. Their arguments weren't as airtight as they claimed. Their logic had gaps. Their premises had holes. Their conclusions didn't necessarily follow. They had built an empire of thought on assumptions they never questioned, on inferences they never justified, on leaps of logic they never examined. And Al-Ghazali was about to expose every single one. Let me give you a sense of how this worked. Take one of the philosophers' favorite claims. They could prove God's existence through pure reason. Sounds good, right? Here's their argument, simplified. Everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Either it must exist, or it could possibly not exist. The universe is full of contingent things, things that might not have existed. You, me, this planet, this galaxy. Contingent things need a cause, something that brought them into existence. But you can't have an infinite chain of contingent causes. That's logically impossible. So there must be a necessary being at the start of the chain, something that exists by its own nature, something uncaused, and that necessary being is God. Boom. Logical proof of God's existence. The philosophers were proud of this argument. They thought it was bulletproof. Al-Ghazali looked at it and said, "Really? Let's examine this more closely. First problem, why can't you have an infinite chain of causes?" The philosophers said, "Because that's absurd. You need a first cause." But why? Where's the logical proof that an infinite regress is impossible? They assumed it. They declared it. They found it intuitively obvious. But they never proved it. That's assumption number one. Second problem. Even if you need a first cause, why must it be God? Why not just an impersonal necessary being, a principle, a force, a quantum field? The philosophers jumped from "there must be something necessary" to "that something is God with all the attributes we claim." But that's a huge leap, and they never justified it. That's assumption number two. Third problem. This whole argument assumes causation, works the way they think it does. But what if causation itself is questionable? What if cause and effect aren't as straightforward as they seem? We'll come back to this later, but for now, just note, the entire argument rests on an assumption about causation. That's assumption number three. See what Al-Ghazali was doing? He wasn't saying, "Your conclusion is wrong." He was saying, "Your proof doesn't work. You claim logical certainty, but you're actually making multiple unproven assumptions. You're not proving anything. You're just asserting things and calling it proof." This is devastating, because the philosopher's whole appeal was certainty, rational demonstration, logical necessity. If their proofs don't actually prove anything, if they're just sophisticated-sounding assertions, then their entire project collapses. They're not doing something fundamentally different from theologians or mystics or prophets. They're just dressing up their assumptions in logical clothing and pretending it's knowledge. Al-Ghazali did this 20 times. 20 major philosophical claims. 20 supposedly airtight arguments. And in each case, he showed, the proof doesn't hold. The logic has gaps. The certainty is illusory. But here's where it gets really interesting. Al-Ghazali wasn't trying to prove the philosophers wrong about everything. That's not the point. The point was to show their certainty was unjustified. Maybe the universe is eternal. Maybe it's not. But you can't prove it through pure reason. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. But you can't demonstrate it logically. Maybe bodily resurrection is impossible. Maybe it's not. But you can't rule it out with philosophy. Al-Ghazali was attacking their epistemological arrogance, their claim to have certain knowledge about things that by their nature transcend human reason. He was saying, you don't know as much as you think you know. And more importantly, you can't know it the way you claim to know it. The tools you're using, sense perception, logical inference, rational demonstration, they're not capable of giving you certainty about ultimate questions. You've overestimated what reason can do. This is a profound insight, because Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-reason. He wasn't saying logic is useless. He was saying, reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. There are questions the human mind simply can't answer with certainty, and the philosopher's mistake was thinking they could transcend those limits. They thought they could stand outside the universe and see it objectively, like God would see it. They thought they could grasp eternal truths with temporal minds, infinite realities with finite understanding. They thought they could know the unknowable, and Al-Ghazali was calling them out, not from religious prejudice, not from anti-intellectual bias, but from a deeper understanding of what knowledge actually is and what it isn't. Now here's what made this approach so powerful. Al-Ghazali wasn't just being negative. He wasn't just tearing things down. He was making space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to understanding. If reason can't give you certainty about God, maybe revelation can. If logic can't prove the nature of ultimate reality, maybe direct experience can. If philosophy can't answer the deepest questions, maybe mysticism can. This is why his critique mattered so much. It wasn't just about winning a debate with the philosophers, it was about reopening questions they had closed, reintroducing possibilities they had ruled out, showing that the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than any philosophical system can capture. The philosophers had tried to fit reality into their logical categories. Al-Ghazali was showing that reality wouldn't fit, that there are aspects of existence that slip through the nets of rational analysis. That mystery isn't just what we haven't figured out yet, it's fundamental to what we are and where we are. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because among his 20 problems, 3 stood out. 3 issues so serious, so fundamental, so destructive to religious belief, that he couldn't just say, the proof is questionable. He had to go further. He had to say, if you believe these 3 things, you've crossed a line. You're not just philosophically mistaken, you're religiously deviant. You've abandoned beliefs so central to Islamic faith that you can't claim to be Muslim while holding them. This was serious. In Islamic intellectual history, calling someone's position heretical wasn't something you did lightly. It had legal consequences, social consequences. It could destroy careers and reputations. But Al-Ghazali felt he had no choice, because these 3 philosophical positions didn't just contradict scripture. They made religion meaningless. They made worship pointless. They made revelation unnecessary. If the philosophers were right about these 3 things, then Islam, as practiced by millions of believers, was built on a lie. Prayer became talking to yourself. Prophecy became delusion. The afterlife became fantasy. Al-Ghazali couldn't allow that to stand. So he drew a line in the sand. 20 problems with philosophy. Yes, the philosophers were wrong about many things, but 3 problems were in a different category. 3 positions were not just philosophical errors, they were religious disasters. The first, the eternity of the world. The philosophers claimed the universe has always existed. It didn't have a beginning. It won't have an end. It eternally emanates from God, the way light eternally emanates from the sun. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because if the world is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not in any meaningful sense. He didn't choose to bring it into being. He didn't will it to exist. He didn't make something from nothing. The universe just is, necessarily, eternally, without any real creative act on God's part. And if God didn't create, then what's his relationship to the universe? He becomes just another part of the cosmic machinery, not a creator, not a lord, not someone who acts, just the necessary being at the top of an eternal chain. This empties religion of meaning, because the whole point of worship is acknowledging that God made you, that you owe your existence to his choice, his will, his creative power. But if the universe is eternal, if God didn't really create, then what are you thanking him for? The second position, God's knowledge of particulars. The philosophers argued that God knows universals but not particulars. He knows humanity but not individual humans. He knows events but not specific events. He knows categories, principles, forms, but not you, not your choices, not your life. Why heretical? Because if God doesn't know particulars, then prayer is absurd. You're asking him for things he can't hear, confessing sins he can't perceive, seeking guidance he can't give. Your entire spiritual life becomes a conversation with yourself, and prophecy, revelation, divine guidance, all impossible. How can God send a specific message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific things? How can there be divine law, divine judgment, divine mercy, if God doesn't know what you individually do? The philosopher's position made God distant, abstract, irrelevant to human life. And Al-Ghazali said, that's not just wrong, that's a denial of what God is. The third position, the impossibility of bodily resurrection. The philosophers argued that after death, only the soul survives. The body decays and is gone forever. There's no bodily resurrection, no physical afterlife, no gathering of bodies on Judgment Day. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because bodily resurrection is explicitly promised in the Quran, repeatedly, in clear language. And more than that, it's central to the concept of justice. If there's no bodily resurrection, then people who suffered physical torture get no physical restoration. People who committed physical crimes receive no physical punishment. The body becomes irrelevant to justice, to reward, to accountability. And that makes this life meaningless. Do what you want to your body, to others' bodies. It doesn't matter, because the body is just temporary housing, something you shed like clothing. The philosopher's position made ethics cheap, made suffering meaningless, made justice incomplete. And Al-Ghazali couldn't accept that. These three positions, these three problems, they weren't just intellectual errors the philosophers made. They were fundamental challenges to the coherence of religious belief itself, and Al-Ghazali was going to dismantle them, one by one, step by step, systematically using their own tools against them, showing that their certainty was illusory. Their proofs were flawed, their conclusions didn't follow, but he was going to do more than that. He was going to show why these positions were emotionally, spiritually, existentially unlivable. Because this wasn't just an academic exercise. This was about meaning, about purpose, about whether the universe cares about you, about whether your choices matter, whether your prayers are heard, whether justice is real. The philosophers, in their quest for logical purity, had created a cold universe, a universe where God is distant, where humans are insignificant, where nothing ultimately matters. Al-Ghazali was about to warm it back up, not through sentiment, not through wishful thinking, but through rigorous philosophical argument, showing that the philosophers' cold universe wasn't logically necessary, that their conclusions didn't follow from their premises, that you could be just as rational, just as logical, just as philosophically rigorous, while believing in a God who acts, who knows, who cares. The 20 problems were the artillery barrage, softening up the philosophical defenses, showing weaknesses everywhere. But the 3 heretical positions, those were the main assault, the focused attack on the heart of the philosopher's system, and Al-Ghazali was ready. He had the arguments, he had the method, he had the motivation. He knew what was at stake, not just winning a debate, not just defending orthodoxy, but preserving the possibility of meaning in a universe that philosophy was threatening to make meaningless. The throne of knowledge was trembling, the cracks were showing, and Al-Ghazali was about to strike at the foundations. 3 devastating blows, 3 knockout punches, 3 final arguments, starting with the most fundamental question of all. Did the universe have a beginning, or has it always existed? The philosophers said, always existed, obviously. Necessarily, Al-Ghazali said, prove it, and when they couldn't, he was going to show them why their position wasn't just unproven, it was incoherent. The battle was joined, and nothing would be the same after. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been alive? 20 years? 40? 60? However long it is, you can count it. It's a finite number. Now imagine someone asks you, how long has the universe existed? And you answer, forever. What does that even mean? This is where Al-Ghazali's first major battle with the philosophers began. Not with theology, not with scripture, but with a simple, devastating question about time itself. The philosophers were absolutely certain, unshakable in their conviction. The universe, they declared, is eternal. It has no beginning. It has no end. It has always existed and always will exist. This wasn't a guess. It wasn't speculation. It wasn't a working hypothesis. To them, it was a demonstrated truth, a logical necessity, something that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Their proof went something like this. God is eternal and unchanging, right? Everyone agrees on that. God is also perfect, complete, lacking nothing. So God's will is eternal and unchanging too. It doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't develop. It doesn't suddenly decide something new. Now here's the key move. If God eternally wills the universe to exist, then the universe must eternally exist. Because if the universe came into being at some point, in time, that would mean God's will changed. There was a moment when God wasn't creating, then suddenly he was creating. But that's impossible, because God doesn't change. Therefore, the universe must be eternal. It must have always been emanating from God's eternal will, like rays from the sun. The sun doesn't decide to shine. It shines eternally. And its light exists eternally as a result. Same with God and the universe. Elegant, right? Logical, seemingly airtight. The philosophers thought they'd solved one of the biggest questions in existence. Al-Ghazali read this argument and saw something they didn't. A catastrophe waiting to happen. Because if the universe is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not really. Oh sure, the philosophers would say, God is the cause of the universe, but that's not the same as creation. Creation means bringing something into existence that didn't exist before. Creation means choosing to make something, willing it to be, deciding that it should exist. But if the universe has always existed, if it's eternal, then there was never a moment of creation, never a choice, never a divine decision. The universe just is, has always been, will always be, and God's relationship to it becomes mechanical, automatic, impersonal, like the relationship between the sun and its light. The sun doesn't love its light, doesn't know its light, doesn't care about its light. The light just necessarily flows from the sun's nature. Is that really what we mean by God? A cosmic mechanism that necessarily produces a universe the way a fire necessarily produces heat? Al-Ghazali saw where this led. If God didn't choose to create, then he doesn't choose anything. If he doesn't choose, then he doesn't act. If he doesn't act, then he doesn't respond to prayers, doesn't send prophets, doesn't intervene in human affairs. He becomes the philosopher's abstraction, the unmoved mover, the distant principle, not the God of Abraham, not the God of Moses, not the God of Muhammad, not a God worth praying to. This was unacceptable. So, Al-Ghazali set out to demolish the philosopher's argument, and he started by asking the question they'd never properly considered. What does it actually mean for something to be eternal? The philosophers threw the word around like they understood it, eternal, infinite, without beginning or end. But Al-Ghazali pressed, do you really know what you're talking about? Can you actually conceive of an infinite past? Think about it carefully. If the universe has existed forever, then an infinite amount of time has already passed. An infinite number of years, an infinite number of days, an infinite number of moments. But here's the problem. You can't traverse an infinite distance, by definition. If something is infinite, you can never reach the end of it. So how did we get to today? If an infinite amount of time had to pass before we arrived at this moment, we should never have arrived at this moment. Because you can't finish traveling through infinity, it's like saying, I started counting from negative infinity and I just reached zero. That's nonsense. You could never start from negative infinity. There's no starting point, and even if you could, you'd never finish counting up to zero, because infinity has no end. Same with time. If the past is infinite, then we could never have reached the present. But we did reach the present. We're in it right now. Therefore, the past can't be infinite. The universe must have had a beginning. This is what philosophers call the impossibility of traversing an actual infinite, and Al-Ghazali wielded it like a sword. The philosophers tried to respond. They said, but you're thinking about infinity wrong. Past infinity isn't like a distance you travel. It's just there, all at once. Al-Ghazali pushed back. Okay, let's try a different angle. Imagine the universe is eternal, like you say. That means the number of past days is infinite, right? But the number of past years is also infinite. Now here's my question. Are there more past days than past years? The philosophers hesitated. On one hand, obviously there are more days than years. 12 times more, roughly. On the other hand, both numbers are infinite, and infinity equals infinity. You can't have one infinity bigger than another infinity. That contradicts what infinity means. So which is it? Are there more past days than past years? Or are they equal? If you say there are more days, you're admitting that one infinity can be bigger than another, which is absurd. If you say they're equal, you're admitting that 12 days equals 1 year, which is also absurd. Either way, you're trapped. This is the problem with treating infinity as if it's just a really big number. It's not. Infinity doesn't behave like numbers behave. You can't do arithmetic with it. You can't compare infinities. You can't traverse them. So when you say the past is infinite, you're not actually saying something coherent. You're using a word that sounds profound, but actually refers to nothing you can meaningfully conceive. The philosophers squirmed. They tried another defense. Okay, but here's the thing. God is outside of time. He's eternal in a different sense. So when God creates the universe, he's not doing it at a point in time. He's doing it eternally. The universe doesn't have a beginning in time because time itself is part of the universe. Al-Ghazali smiled at this. So you're admitting the universe has a beginning? That it's not eternal after all? Because if time is part of the universe and the universe came from God, then the universe began to exist. You're just saying it began to exist with time rather than in time. But either way, it began. It's not eternal. You've conceded my point while trying to argue against it. The philosophers realized they were in trouble. Every defense they mounted created new problems. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done. He had another angle of attack, an even more devastating one. He said, let's grant for a moment that the universe could be eternal. Just for argument's sake, let's imagine an infinite past actually makes sense. Even so, I can show you that it's not necessary, that God could have created the universe at any point in time. And if it's not necessary for the universe to be eternal, then your whole argument collapses. Here's how this worked. The philosophers claimed God's eternal will necessitates an eternal universe. But Al-Ghazali asked, why? Why couldn't God eternally will to create the universe at a specific moment? Think about it. You can decide today to do something tomorrow. Your decision is made today, but the action happens tomorrow. Your will exists at one time. The effect of your will exists at another time. So why couldn't God's eternal will produce a temporally originated universe? God could eternally intend, let the universe begin at moment X. That intention is eternal, unchanging, always part of God's will. But the universe itself still has a beginning, still comes into existence at a specific point. The philosophers said, but that means God's will has to wait, and God doesn't wait. Al-Ghazali countered, no, you're confusing God's will with God's action. God can will something eternally and actualize it temporally. Your problem is you've collapsed will and action into the same thing, but they're not the same, even for God. This was brilliant, because Al-Ghazali was using the philosophers' own distinction against them. They loved talking about God's essence versus God's attributes, God's knowledge versus God's action. Fine, apply that here. God's will can be eternal, but God's creative act can be temporal. No contradiction, no problem. No necessary eternal universe. The philosophers were backed into a corner, but they had one last card to play. They said, if the universe began, you have to explain why it began when it did and not earlier or later. If God could have created the universe at any point, why this point? What changed? Without a reason for the specific timing, creation becomes arbitrary, random, which is unworthy of God. This was their trump card, the principle of sufficient reason. Everything needs a reason, a cause, an explanation for why it is the way it is. If the universe began at moment X rather than moment Y, there must be a reason. But if God is eternal and unchanging, there can't be a reason for one moment over another. All moments are equal to God. So, either the universe is eternal, or creation is arbitrary. Pick your poison. Al-Ghazali looked at this argument and laughed, not because it was bad, but because it was so revealing. The philosophers were demanding that God conform to their philosophical principles. They were saying, God must have a reason for everything he does, and that reason must be accessible to human understanding. But why? Who says God needs to justify his choices to philosophers? Who says divine wisdom has to make sense according to human logic? The philosophers had forgotten something crucial. God is not like us. His knowledge is not like our knowledge. His will is not like our will. His reasons are not like our reasons. To demand that God provide a philosophical explanation for why he created when he did is to put philosophy above God. It's to say, God, you can only act in ways we can understand, ways that fit our logical frameworks, ways that satisfy our principle of sufficient reason. But that's backwards. God is the source of reason, not bound by it. God is the ground of logic, not subject to it. If God chooses to create at a particular moment for reasons known only to him, that's his prerogative. You don't get to say, that's arbitrary, therefore impossible. You're not in a position to judge. This was the deeper issue Al-Ghazali exposed. The philosophers had made reason into a god. They had elevated logical principles to the status of eternal, necessary truths that even God must obey. But that's idolatry. Not of statues or images, but of the human intellect. They had said, if we can't understand it, it can't be true. If our logic can't accommodate it, it can't be real. If our philosophy can't explain it, it can't exist. That's the ultimate arrogance. And Al-Ghazali was calling it out. The universe doesn't owe you an explanation. God doesn't owe you an explanation. Your inability to understand something doesn't make it false. Your inability to fit it into your system doesn't make it impossible. Reality is bigger than your categories. Mystery is deeper than your logic. And God is more than your philosophy can contain. This was the heart of Al-Ghazali's critique, not just of the eternal universe claim, but of the entire philosophical project. The philosophers thought they could master reality through reason. They thought they could deduce the nature of existence from first principles. They thought they could figure out God's mind by clever arguments. Al-Ghazali showed them they couldn't. Not because reason is useless. Not because logic doesn't matter, but because reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. Philosophy has a proper scope, and questions about God's creative will lie beyond that scope. You can't prove the universe is eternal. You can't prove it had a beginning, not through pure philosophy, not with certainty. The most you can say is, both are possible. Both are conceivable. Neither leads to logical contradiction. So if you're going to choose between them, you need something other than philosophy to decide. Revelation, maybe. Faith. Direct experience of the divine. But not philosophical demonstration. Because philosophical demonstration can't get you there. The philosophers' certainty about an eternal universe was fake, built on assumptions they never questioned, on principles they never justified, on logic they never tested. Al-Ghazali tested it, and it broke. The first pillar of their system was crumbling. The universe didn't have to be eternal. God could have created it in time, and if God created it in time, then God chose. God acted. God willed something specific, which means God is not. The impersonal principle the philosophers described. God is personal, active, engaged with his creation. The kind of God who might send prophets, who might hear prayers. Who might care about individual human beings? The door the philosophers had closed was opening again, and Al-Ghazali was just getting started. Because if the philosophers were wrong about the eternity of the universe, maybe they were wrong about God's knowledge too. Maybe God doesn't just know universals. Maybe he knows you, specifically, individually, completely. That's where we're going next. To the most personal question of all, does God see you? The philosophers said no. Al-Ghazali was about to prove them wrong, and when he did, the entire cold, mechanical universe they'd built would start to feel warm again. Close your eyes for a moment. Think about the most painful experience of your life. Maybe it was losing someone you loved. Maybe it was a betrayal. Maybe it was a moment of crushing failure. Whatever it was, you felt it. You lived through it. It was real. Now imagine someone telling you, God doesn't know about that. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's ignoring you, but because he literally cannot know individual, specific events. He knows about suffering in general, but not your suffering. He knows about loss as a concept, but not your loss. He knows the universal category of human pain, but not the particular agony you felt on that specific day. How would that make you feel? This is what the philosophers were claiming. And it's the second major battleground where Al-Ghazali decided, this isn't just wrong. This is heresy. Let me explain how the philosophers got here. It started, like so many bad ideas, from something. That sounds reasonable. They said, God is perfect, right? Unchanging, eternal, beyond time. So God's knowledge must also be perfect, unchanging, and eternal. God can't learn new things, can't discover facts he didn't know before, can't be surprised by events. So far, most theologians would agree. But then, the philosophers made a fatal move. They said, if God's knowledge is unchanging, then God can only know unchanging things. Things that are eternally true, always the same, never in flux. And what are those things? Universals, essences, eternal forms. God knows humanity as an eternal essence, but not individual humans who are born and die. God knows motion as a principle, but not specific movements happening at specific times. God knows existence as a concept, but not particular existence that come and go. In philosophical jargon, they were saying, God knows universals but not particulars. Let that sink in for a moment. According to the philosophers, God doesn't know what you had for breakfast this morning, the specific words you spoke to your friend yesterday, the exact thought running through your mind right now, the particular choice you're about to make. Not because these things are hidden from him, but because they're beneath his type of knowledge. God's knowledge is too lofty, too eternal, too perfect to concern itself with the messy, changing, temporary details of individual existence. He knows the forms, the patterns, the eternal truths, but the specific instances, the individual cases, the particular moments, those are irrelevant to divine knowledge. The philosophers thought this made God more perfect, more transcendent, more sublime, more worthy of worship. They thought they were honoring God by elevating his knowledge above mundane particulars. Al-Ghazali saw it differently. He saw a God who was essentially blind, a God who couldn't see you, couldn't hear you, couldn't know you. A God who was, for all practical purposes, absent from your life. And he was horrified. Because if God doesn't know particulars, then everything falls apart. Everything that makes religion meaningful. Everything that makes worship possible. Everything that connects the divine to the human. Let's walk through the implications step by step. First, prayer becomes absurd. You bow down 5 times a day. You ask God for help. You confess your sins. You seek guidance. But according to the philosophers, God doesn't hear any of it. Not because he's ignoring you, but because your specific prayer at that specific moment is a particular event. And God doesn't know particular events. He knows prayer as a universal concept, but not your prayer. He knows petitioning as a general phenomenon, but not your petition. So who are you talking to? Nobody. You're going through motions in a universe where the divine can't perceive your actions. Prayer becomes cosmic theatre, a ritual you perform for yourself because the audience you think you're addressing isn't watching. Second, prophecy becomes impossible. How does God send a message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific times or specific prophets? Muhammad receives revelation in a cave. Moses hears God at a burning bush. Jesus is born in Bethlehem. These are particular events, specific moments, individual occurrences. But if God doesn't know particulars, he can't initiate these events. He can't choose a particular person, can't speak at a particular moment, can't intervene in particular circumstances. The philosophers tried to get around this. They said, well, divine knowledge sort of overflows into the world, and prophets are people whose souls are aligned to receive this overflow. But that's not prophecy. That's cosmic coincidence. That's not God choosing to speak. That's just some humans being naturally tuned to pick up signals that are always broadcasting. It's like saying God didn't send the Quran to Muhammad. Muhammad just happened to receive it because he was in the right mental frequency. That's not revelation. That's reception. Third, divine justice becomes meaningless. If God doesn't know what you specifically did, how can he judge you? How can there be a day of reckoning if God doesn't know your particular actions? He knows sinning as a category, but not the sins you committed. He knows righteousness as an ideal, but not the righteous choices you made. How do you reward or punish people based on things you don't know they did? The philosophers had an answer for this too. They said, your soul carries the effects of your actions. God sees the state of your soul, but that's backwards. That means God doesn't judge your actions. He just observes their accumulated effect on your soul. It's like saying a teacher doesn't grade your test. She just looks at how smart you became after taking it. That's not justice. That's just observing outcomes. Fourth, the entire concept of divine care evaporates. When the Quran says God is closer to you than your jugular vein, what does that mean if God doesn't know you exist? When it says he knows what's in your hearts, is that a lie? When it says he responds to those who call on him, is that false advertising? The philosophers were forced to reinterpret all these passages. They said, these verses speak metaphorically for the common people, but the real truth is more abstract. In other words, Scripture lies to the masses because they can't handle the truth that God doesn't actually know you, doesn't actually care about you, doesn't actually engage with your life. He's just the eternal principle at the top of the cosmic hierarchy, majestic, perfect, sublime, and utterly, completely indifferent to your existence. This is what Al-Ghazali couldn't stomach. Not because it hurt his feelings, not because it was emotionally unsatisfying, but because it made religion incoherent. If the philosophers were right, then the entire Islamic tradition was built on a mistake. Billions of prayers offered to a God who couldn't hear them. Prophets claiming messages from a God who couldn't send them. Believers expecting judgment from a God who didn't know what they'd done. It was all theatre, all illusion, all a massive collective delusion. Al-Ghazali said, no, this ends here, and he began his counterattack. First, he went after their logic. The philosophers claimed God's knowledge must be unchanging, therefore he can only know unchanging things. But Al-Ghazali asked, why does unchanging knowledge require unchanging objects? Can't you have unchanging knowledge of changing things? Think about it. If God knows eternally that Muhammad will be born in 570 CE, that knowledge doesn't change. It's always true. always part of God's eternal knowledge. The event itself is temporal, happens at a specific time. But the knowledge of it can be eternal. God doesn't learn that Muhammad was born when it happens. He always knew it would happen. His knowledge is unchanging, even though the event is temporal. So the philosopher's argument doesn't work. You can have eternal, unchanging divine knowledge of particular changing events. No contradiction, no problem. Second, Al-Ghazali attacked their conception of perfection. The philosophers said knowing particulars would make God imperfect. But Al-Ghazali flipped it. Is it more perfect to know everything or to know only some things? Obviously, knowing everything is more perfect. So a God who knows both universals and particulars is more perfect than a God who knows only universals. The philosophers were actually diminishing God's perfection by limiting his knowledge. They thought they were elevating him, but they were actually reducing him, making him less than all-knowing, less than omniscient, less than perfect. Their perfect God was actually deficient. Third, Al-Ghazali went after the very distinction between universals and particulars. He said, this distinction is something humans make. It's how we organize our thoughts. But why assume God thinks like we think? Why assume God's knowledge is divided into categories the way ours is? Maybe to God, there is no difference between universal and particular. Maybe he knows everything in a way we can't comprehend, a way that transcends our categories. The philosophers had committed the sin they always accused others of. They had anthropomorphized God, not by giving him a body, but by giving him a human-like mind, by assuming his knowledge works like their knowledge, just bigger, just more perfect. But what if God's knowledge is radically different from human knowledge? What if it's not just quantitatively greater, but qualitatively other? Then all their reasoning about what God must or must not know falls apart, because they're reasoning from false assumptions about the nature of divine knowledge. Fourth, Al-Ghazali pointed to the absurd consequences. If God doesn't know particulars, does he know himself? After all, God is a particular being, not a universal concept. There's only one God, one specific, unique, particular divine reality. So if God can only know universals, can he not know himself? The philosophers squirmed at this. Some said, God is an exception. He knows himself even, though he's particular. But Al-Ghazali pounced. So particulars can be known by God. You just admitted it. If God can know one particular, himself, why not other particulars? Your rule about God only knowing universals has a huge exception, which means it's not really a rule. Others said, God isn't particular. He's beyond the universal particular distinction. Fine, Al-Ghazali said. Then why can't his knowledge also be beyond that distinction? Why can't he know in a way that includes both universals and particulars? Every defense the philosophers mounted created new problems. They were trapped, contradicting themselves, tying themselves in logical knots. Fifth, and most devastatingly, Al-Ghazali showed that their position made prediction impossible. The philosophers believed in astrology, in reading the stars to predict future events. But how can you predict a particular future event if God doesn't know particular events? If the cosmos is governed by divine knowledge, and divine knowledge doesn't include particulars, then particular events aren't part of the cosmic order. They're just random, unpredictable, outside the scope of rational understanding. But the philosophers wanted it both ways. They wanted a rationally ordered universe where everything follows from divine knowledge, but they also wanted to limit divine knowledge to universals. You can't have both. Either the universe is rationally ordered down to its particulars, in which case God must know those particulars, or God doesn't know particulars, in which case the universe is ultimately chaotic and unpredictable at the level of individual events. The philosophers were caught in a contradiction of their own making. Al-Ghazali exposed it mercilessly. But beyond all the logical arguments, Al-Ghazali, made a deeper point. A point about what kind of universe we live in. The philosopher's universe was cold, mechanical, indifferent, a universe where the divine principle churns out existence according to eternal laws, but doesn't see you, doesn't know you, doesn't care about you. You're just a particular instantiation of universal forms, a temporary configuration of matter, a fleeting pattern in the cosmic dance. You matter to yourself, maybe to other people, but not to God, because to God, you're not even visible. Al-Ghazali asked, is that the universe you want to live in? More importantly, is that the universe we actually live in? Because your experience suggests otherwise. You feel seen. You feel known. You feel like your choices matter to something beyond yourself. When you pray, you sense a response. When you seek guidance, you find it. When you suffer, you feel held. Maybe that's all illusion. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Or maybe the philosophers are wrong. Maybe God does know particulars, does see individuals, does care about specific people. Maybe the universe is warmer than the philosophers imagined. Maybe you matter more than their system allows. This was the choice Al-Ghazali presented, not as a logical proof, not as a philosophical demonstration, but as an existential question. Which universe do you actually live in? The cold universe of the philosophers, where God is distant and unknowing, or a universe where God sees you, where your prayers are heard, where your life matters? You can't prove it either way through philosophy, but you can look at your experience. You can examine your life. You can trust your intuition. And most people, when they're honest, know which universe feels real. The philosophers had built an impressive system, but they'd built it at the cost of making religion meaningless and human, life insignificant. Al-Ghazali tore it down, not with wishful thinking, not with sentimental appeals, but with rigorous philosophical argument that showed their position was logically flawed and existentially unlivable. God knows particulars. He must. He can. He does. Your prayers are heard. Your actions are seen. Your life is known, not because Scripture says so, though it does, but because any other conclusion makes a mockery of divine perfection and reduces God to less than all-knowing. The philosopher's God was too small, too limited, too bound by human categories. Al-Ghazali's God was bigger, greater, more truly divine. The second pillar of philosophy was crumbling. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because the philosophers had one more devastating claim to answer. The most personal one of all, the claim about what happens when you die. You strike a match. It lights. Why? You probably think, because striking creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat ignites the chemicals on the match head. Cause and effect. Simple, obvious, undeniable. But what if I told you that's not what's actually happening? What if the match lighting has nothing to do with you striking it? What if every time you think you're seeing cause and effect, you're actually witnessing something far stranger? Welcome to the most radical, most controversial, most mind-bending argument Al-Ghazali ever made. This is where he didn't just challenge the philosophers, he challenged reality itself, or at least what you think reality is. Let's back up and understand what was at stake. The philosophers had built their entire system on causation. Everything in the universe, they claimed, operates according to necessary causal laws. Fire necessarily burns. Water necessarily flows downward. Heavy objects necessarily fall. These aren't just observations. They're ironclad natural laws. Laws that can't be broken, can't be suspended, can't be violated, not even by God. That last part is crucial. The philosophers believed in God. They weren't atheists, but their God was bound by the laws of nature he'd established. Or rather, the laws of nature flowed necessarily from God's nature. God couldn't make fire not burn, because fire burning is part of the eternal, necessary structure of reality. God couldn't make water flow upward, because gravity isn't a choice, it's a metaphysical necessity. God couldn't raise the dead, couldn't turn a staff into a snake, couldn't split the moon. Not because he's weak, but because these things violate causal laws, and causal laws are absolute. This is why the philosophers rejected miracles, not because they hadn't heard the stories, but because miracles are impossible. Logically impossible, metaphysically impossible, causally impossible. If you accept that causes necessarily produce their effects, then you have to reject any story where a cause fails to produce its effect. Moses throws down his staff. Does it become a snake? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Staves don't become snakes. Jesus speaks to a dead man. Does he rise? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Dead tissue doesn't reanimate. Muhammad points to the moon. Does it split? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Celestial bodies don't split from verbal commands. These stories might be useful myths, inspiring, legends, metaphors for spiritual truths, but they're not literal history, because they violate causation, and nothing violates causation, not even God. Do you see the problem? If miracles are impossible, then prophecy is questionable. If prophets can't perform miracles, how do you know they're really sent by God? Anyone can claim divine authority. The miracle is supposed to be the proof. But if miracles don't happen, there's no proof, just claims, just stories, just legends that may or may not be true. The entire foundation of revealed religion rests on the possibility of divine intervention in the natural order. And the philosophers were saying, that's impossible. Nature is a closed system, governed by unbreakable laws. Operating according to necessary causal chains, God set it in motion. But he doesn't interfere, can't interfere, doesn't need to interfere. Everything unfolds according to the eternal plan encoded in natural law. Al-Ghazali looked at this and saw the ultimate expression of philosophical arrogance. They weren't just making a claim about how nature usually works. They were making a claim about what God can and cannot do. They were putting limits on divine power, constraints on divine action, boundaries on divine will, and they were doing it in the name of reason, logic, philosophical necessity. Al-Ghazali decided this has to be destroyed, not just criticized, not just questioned, utterly demolished. And to do it, he was going to attack causation itself, not just the philosopher's theory of causation, but the very idea that causes necessarily produce effects. This is where Al-Ghazali became truly radical. Here's his argument, and fair warning, it's going to make your head spin. When you see fire touch cotton, and the cotton burns, you believe the fire caused the burning. But Al-Ghazali asked, did you actually see causation? Or did you just see sequence? You saw fire touch cotton, then you saw cotton burn. Two events, one after another. But did you see the fire making the cotton burn? Did you see the causal power transferring from fire to cotton? No, you just saw event A, then event B. You inferred causation. You assumed it, you concluded it, but you didn't observe it. All you ever observe is succession, one thing following another. The causation itself, that's something you add, something you read into the events. Okay, you might say, but it happens every time. Fire always burns cotton. That can't be coincidence, can't it? What if God creates the burning of cotton every time fire touches it? Not because the fire causes it, but because that's his habit, his custom, his regular pattern. God sees fire touch cotton, and in that moment, he creates burning in the cotton, not because he has to, not because the fire forces him to, but because he chooses to. Every single time, consistently, reliably, predictably. So predictably that you mistake his habit for a necessary law. This is the doctrine of occasionalism, the idea that God is the only real cause, the only actual agent, the only true power in the universe, everything else? Occasions for God's action, Fire doesn't burn cotton. God burns cotton on the occasion of fire touching it. Your hand doesn't move your pen. God moves your pen on the occasion of your willing it. Bread doesn't nourish you. God nourishes you on the occasion of you eating bread. There are no natural causes, no necessary connections, no causal powers in created things, just God, acting constantly, creating each moment fresh. Now you might be thinking, this is insane. This contradicts everything we know about how the world works. Does it, though? Al-Ghazali pointed out. You've never actually seen a necessary connection between cause and effect. You've seen constant conjunction, regular sequence, habitual association, but necessity. Where do you observe that? When you say, fire must burn cotton, what does must mean? Does it mean you've never seen fire fail to burn cotton? That's just observation of past patterns. Does it mean you can't imagine fire not burning cotton? That's just limits of your imagination. Does it mean there's some metaphysical force compelling fire to burn? Where's your evidence for that? The philosophers claimed necessity, but they couldn't prove it. They just assumed that because something always happens, it must happen. But always and must are different things. Maybe fire has always burned cotton, but that doesn't mean it has to burn cotton. Maybe God has always chosen to create burning when fire touches cotton, but that doesn't mean he couldn't choose otherwise. The difference matters enormously, because if causation is just God's habit, then God can change his habits. He can make fire not burn, water not wet, gravity not pull, not as violations of natural law, because there are no natural laws, only divine habits, and habits can be broken. This is how miracles become possible. Moses throws his staff. Normally God would keep it as wood, but this time he transforms it into a snake, not a violation of causation, because there is no causation to violate, just God doing something different than his usual habit. Jesus touches a dead man. Normally, God keeps dead tissue dead, but this time he restores life, not breaking natural law, because there is no natural law, only God's customary action. Muhammad points to the moon. Normally, God maintains the moon's unity, but this time he splits it. Same thing. God exercising his freedom to act differently than usual. No logical impossibility, no metaphysical violation, no problem. The philosophers hated this argument. They threw everything they had at it. First objection: if causation isn't real, then knowledge is impossible. Science is meaningless. You can't predict anything. Al-Ghazali's response: why not? God acts consistently. His habits are reliable. You can study those habits, learn the patterns, make predictions based on God's customary behavior. The difference is, you recognize those patterns as descriptions, not prescriptions. They tell you what God usually does, not what he must do. Science still works. You just understand its limits. Second objection: if God creates everything directly, then humans have no causal power. We're not agents. We don't really act. Al-Ghazali bit the bullet. Correct. You don't have independent causal power. When you think you're moving your hand, God is moving your hand on the occasion of your willing it. Your will is also created by God. Every moment, every thought, every action. You're not an independent agent. You're a locus of divine action. Now this raises huge questions about free will and moral responsibility, and Al-Ghazali knew it. He wrestled with these questions deeply, but for now, his point was narrower. Humans don't have to have causal power for moral responsibility to make sense. God can still hold you accountable for actions he creates through you. That's his prerogative. Third objection: this makes God the author of evil. If God creates everything, he creates sins, crimes, suffering. Al-Ghazali's response: God creates the acts, but he doesn't will them in the same way. There's a difference between God's creative will and his legislative will. He creates everything, but he commands only good. The fact that he creates an evil act doesn't mean he approves of it. Is this satisfying? That's debatable. Theologians have argued about this for centuries, but Al-Ghazali's point was, his theory doesn't create this problem. The problem exists regardless. If God is all-powerful, he could prevent evil. If he doesn't prevent it, he's somehow involved with it existing. That's true, whether or not you believe in occasionalism. Fourth objection. This is just playing word games. Whether you say fire causes burning, or God causes burning on the occasion of fire, the practical result is the same. Al-Ghazali disagreed. The practical result is similar. The metaphysical implications are completely different. In your view, God is constrained by natural law. In my view, God is absolutely free. In your view, miracles are impossible. In my view, they're possible. In your view, nature is autonomous. In my view, nature is sustained moment by divine will. These aren't just semantic differences. They're radically different visions of reality. And he was right. Think about what occasionalism means experientially. Every breath you take, God creates it. Every heartbeat, God wills it. Every moment of existence, God sustains it. You're not a self-sufficient entity operating according to your own power. You're utterly, completely, absolutely dependent on God. Every instant. If God stopped willing you to exist for even a nanosecond, you would cease to be. Not die. Not collapse. Just cease. Reality is less stable than you think, more contingent, more miraculous. The fact that the world seems orderly, that patterns repeat, that nature appears lawful. That's not because nature has its own power. It's because God is faithful. He chooses to act consistently, to maintain patterns, to sustain the world in a regular way, but he's under no obligation to do so. Every moment the universe doesn't dissolve into chaos is an act of divine mercy. Every moment fire burns cotton is an act of divine choice. Every moment you exist is a gift. This is a universe of radical dependence, radical contingency, radical divine involvement. Not the distant, mechanistic universe of the philosophers, but a universe where God is intimately involved in every event, every action, every moment. Some people find this comforting. God is never absent, never distant, always acting. Others find it terrifying. There's no stability, no natural law, no independence. Al-Ghazali found it liberating because it meant God was free, truly free, not bound by anything, not by logic, not by necessity, not by natural law, only by his own wisdom and mercy. And that meant miracles were possible, revelation was possible, divine intervention was possible. The prophets weren't liars, the Quran wasn't myth-making, the miracles weren't legends, they were moments when God's hidden freedom became visible. When his customary action shifted to reveal what was always true, he's in control, always has been, always will be. Now here's what's brilliant about Al-Ghazali's strategy. He didn't claim he could prove occasionalism was true. He just claimed he could show that the philosopher's theory of causation couldn't be proven. That necessary causal connections are assumptions, not observations. That you can't demonstrate through reason alone that causes must produce their effects. And if you can't demonstrate it, then you can't rule out miracles on philosophical grounds. The philosopher's certainty about causation was just another example of unwarranted confidence. They claimed to know something they couldn't possibly know. They elevated their observation of patterns into metaphysical necessity. They confused, "This is how things always happen," with, "This is how things must happen." And that confusion allowed them to reject miracles, prophecy, and divine intervention. Al-Ghazali's occasionalism was a philosophical nuclear option. It didn't just challenge the philosopher's theory of causation. It obliterated the very concept of natural causation. It said, there are no secondary causes, no created powers, no autonomous natural processes, just God, acting, always and everywhere. Was Al-Ghazali right? That's a question philosophers and theologians still debate. But right or wrong, he accomplished his goal. He showed that the philosopher's rejection of miracles wasn't based on demonstrated truth. It was based on assumptions, preferences, philosophical commitments. And those commitments couldn't be proven, which meant miracles couldn't be ruled out, which meant revelation couldn't be dismissed, which meant the prophets couldn't be rejected on philosophical grounds. The third major pillar of the philosopher's system was demolished. They claimed the universe operated according to necessary causal laws that even God couldn't violate, Al-Ghazali showed. That's not knowledge. That's assumption. You don't know that fire must burn. You just know it always has. You don't know that causes must produce effects. You just observe regular sequences. You don't know that miracles are impossible. You just prefer a world without them. But preference isn't proof. Observation isn't necessity. Habit isn't law. The philosophers had built their confident rejection of miracles on sand, and Al-Ghazali had washed it away. But he'd done something else too. Something perhaps more important. He'd shown that the universe is stranger, more mysterious, more dependent on the divine than the philosophers imagined. That what looks like ironclad natural law might be divine custom. That what seems like independent causation might be continuous creation. That what appears to be a mechanistic universe might be a stage for constant divine action. Whether you accept his occasionalism or not, he'd opened a door to wonder, to mystery, to possibilities beyond what reason can prove or disprove. The philosophers had closed that door. They'd said, "We know how reality works." Necessarily, certainly, Al-Ghazali had pried it open again, and through that open door, the light of something beyond philosophy could shine through. Not irrationality, not anti-intellectualism, not blind faith, but an acknowledgement that reason has limits. That certainty is rare. That mystery is real. And in that acknowledgement, space for revelation, for prophecy, for divine action, for a God who isn't bound by philosophers' categories, for a universe that's bigger than logic can contain, for possibilities that reason can't rule out. The match still lights when you strike it, but now you know that's not inevitable, that's not necessary, that's not an iron law, that's God, choosing, acting, sustaining the pattern. And he could choose otherwise. He usually doesn't, but he could. And sometimes, for prophets, for signs, for miracles, he does. And there's nothing the philosophers can do about it, because their certainty was always an illusion. Their necessary connections were always assumptions. Their closed universe was always just a cage they built around their own imagination. Al-Ghazali broke the cage, and the philosophers would never get it closed again. Let me tell you about a man who knew too much. Not in the sense that he'd discovered dangerous secrets, but in the sense that he'd pushed his mind to see contradictions everywhere, to question everything so thoroughly that certainty became impossible, to analyze so deeply that the ground beneath every thought turned to quicksand. That man was Al-Ghazali, and in the process of dismantling the philosophers, he was dismantling himself. Because here's what happens when you truly commit to radical doubt. When you question not just conclusions but methods, not just theories, but the tools used to build theories. When you push skepticism all the way to its logical conclusion, you don't end up with alternative certainty, you end up with intellectual paralysis. You don't discover solid ground, you discover there is no solid ground. And that realization doesn't feel like victory. It feels like madness. Al-Ghazali was winning his war against the philosophers. He'd shown their arguments didn't prove what they claimed. Their certainty wasn't justified. Their system rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. But in doing so, he'd also shown something more troubling, that all rational argument might rest on assumptions that can't be defended. That certainty itself might be impossible to achieve through reason alone, that the tools we use to know things might be unreliable at their core. This is the metacritique. The argument that turns back on itself. It's not just, the philosophers are wrong about X, Y, and Z. It's, philosophy itself can't deliver what it promises. Reason itself has fatal limitations. The entire project of knowing through rational demonstration might be fundamentally flawed. Let me show you how deep this goes. Remember how Al-Ghazali questioned sense perception, how he pointed out that dreams feel real while you're dreaming. That was effective against the philosophers, but it's also effective against anyone claiming knowledge, including Al-Ghazali himself. How does he know his critique of the philosophers is valid? He used reasoning. But he'd also questioned whether reasoning is reliable. He observed contradictions in their arguments. But he'd also questioned whether observation can be trusted. Every tool he used to demolish the philosophers could also be used to demolish his own position. This is the problem with radical skepticism. It consumes everything, including itself. If you truly doubt the reliability of reason, then you must also doubt your reasons for doubting reason. If you truly question the validity of logic, then you must also question the logical arguments you use to question logic. You end up in a philosophical spiral, a vortex of doubt that has no bottom. And Al-Ghazali knew this, felt this, lived through this. He later wrote about a period of crisis so severe he couldn't function, couldn't teach, couldn't write, couldn't even speak with confidence about anything. Because every statement he wanted to make, his own mind would immediately question. God exists. But how do you know? What's your proof? How can you be certain? Reason can demonstrate certain truths, but can it? Haven't you just shown that reason is limited, that it rests on unproven assumptions? I need to live according to Islamic law. But why? How do you know Islamic law is true? How do you know your interpretation is correct? Round and round, question after question, doubt feeding on doubt. This is what happens when you take philosophy seriously. Not as a game, not as an intellectual exercise, not as a way to show how clever you are, but as a genuine search for truth, for certainty, for solid ground to stand on. You discover there might not be any solid ground, at least not ground you can reach through thinking alone. The philosophers never got here. They never pushed their skepticism this far. They doubted religion, questioned revelation, challenged tradition, but they never truly doubted their own tools, never questioned their own foundations, never looked into the abyss beneath their own certainty. They thought they'd escape the quicksand of uncertain opinion and reach the bedrock of demonstrated truth. Al-Ghazali discovered there is no bedrock, or if there is, reason can't reach it, because every foundation you propose can be questioned. Every axiom can be challenged. Every proof requires assumptions, even the principles of logic itself. Why should you accept the law of non-contradiction, the principle that something can't both be and not be at the same time? The philosophers said, because it's self-evident. To deny it is absurd. But self-evident to whom? Absurd by what standard? Your mind finds it self-evident. But how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic is valid. That's circular. You can't use reason to prove reason works. That assumes what you're trying to prove. At the foundation of every rational system are principles that can't be rationally justified. You have to start somewhere. And wherever you start, you're making a leap. A leap of faith, if you will. Not religious faith necessarily, but intellectual faith. Trust. Commitment to unprovable starting points. This is what the philosophers never admitted. They claimed to build their system on reason alone, on logical necessity, on demonstrated truth, but they were actually building on faith. Faith in reason, faith in logic, faith that their minds could access truth. They just didn't call it faith. They called it self-evident principles, or rational, intuition, or necessary truths. But change the labels all you want. It's still trust in something you can't prove. Al-Ghazali saw this with devastating clarity, and it broke him. Because if even the philosopher's vaunted reason requires faith at its foundation, then what makes it superior to religious faith? If you have to trust something without proof either way, why not trust revelation instead of reason? Why not trust prophetic experience instead of philosophical deduction? Why not trust divine guidance instead of human intellect? The philosophers had claimed their path was certain while religion's path was blind faith. But Al-Ghazali had shown their path requires faith too, just faith in different things. Faith that sense perception is generally reliable. Faith that logical inference preserves truth. Faith that the human mind can grasp reality. All unprovable. All assumed. All taken on trust. This realization was both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it meant the philosophers had no grounds to look down on religious belief. Their certainty was just as ungrounded as anyone else's. They just didn't realize it. Terrifying because it meant there might be no certain knowledge at all. No firm foundation. No absolute truth accessible to humans. No escape from doubt. Al-Ghazali was stuck in this place for months, unable to commit to anything, unable to claim knowledge about anything, unable to function as a scholar or teacher or human being, because his intellectual honesty wouldn't let him pretend. He couldn't go back to uncritical certainty, couldn't unsee what he'd seen, couldn't unknow what he'd learned. He knew too much about the limits of knowing, and that knowledge was paralyzing. This is the metaphysics of madness, the philosophy that leads to psychological breakdown. Not because the arguments are wrong, but because they're too right. Because if you follow them all the way, you end up unable to assert anything with confidence, unable to trust your own thoughts, unable to believe your own reasoning, unable to claim knowledge about reality. And a human being can't live like that. You have to make decisions, take actions, commit to beliefs, live your life. But how do you do that when you've lost all certainty? When every belief seems equally questionable? When every foundation crumbles under scrutiny? The philosophers had an answer. Just trust reason. It's self-validating, self-evident, reliable. But Al-Ghazali had demolished that answer. Reason isn't self-validating. It requires trust, and that trust can be questioned. So where does that leave you? Al-Ghazali later wrote about what saved him from this crisis. And his answer is surprising, unexpected, not what you'd think from a rigorous philosopher. He said, God cured me. Not through a better argument, not through a more sophisticated proof, not through discovering the one foundation that couldn't be questioned, but through direct experience, immediate certainty, knowledge that bypassed rational demonstration. He called it a light that God cast into my heart, not something he reasoned his way to, something that happened to him, a certainty that didn't come from building arguments, a knowledge that didn't depend on premises and conclusions, an assurance that he couldn't produce through thinking, but could only receive. This is where Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy ultimately led. Not to another philosophical system, not to better arguments, not to more rigorous proofs, but to the acknowledgement that some knowledge transcends reason, that there are truths you can't think your way to, realities you can't deduce, certainties you can't construct. You can only encounter them, receive them, experience them directly. The philosophers would have scoffed at this. Mystical nonsense, they'd say. Emotional experiences aren't knowledge. Only rational demonstration gives real certainty. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, prove it. Prove that rational demonstration is the only path to knowledge. Prove that direct experience can't give certainty. Prove that mystical encounter isn't a valid way of knowing. You can't, not without assuming. What you're trying to prove, you're just privileging one type of knowing over another, based on your preferences, your assumptions, your intellectual commitments, But those are faith commitments, not demonstrated truths. So maybe the mystics are onto something. Maybe the prophets had access to knowledge philosophers can't reach. Maybe revelation conveys truths that reason can't grasp. Maybe the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than philosophy can accommodate. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the proper response to the limits of reason isn't despair. It's humility. The recognition that we're not as smart as we think we are. That our minds are powerful but not omnipotent. That we can know some things but not everything. That certainty is rare. Mystery is common. And trust is unavoidable. You're going to trust something. The question is what? Will you trust reason, even though reason can't validate itself? Will you trust sense perception, even though perception can deceive? Will you trust revelation, even though revelation can't be proven to those who haven't experienced it? Will you trust mystical experience, even though experience is subjective and personal? There's no neutral standpoint, no view from nowhere, no way to escape making commitments you can't fully justify. The philosophers pretended they'd escaped this human condition. They claimed to stand on firm, rational ground that required no faith. Al-Ghazali showed them, you're standing on faith just like everyone else. You just won't admit it. And once you admit it, everything changes. Philosophy becomes humbler, less arrogant, less dismissive of other ways of knowing. It becomes a tool for clarifying thought and exposing bad arguments, not a path to absolute certainty. It becomes useful for showing what can't be proven, not for building unchallengeable systems. It becomes a servant of wisdom, not wisdom itself. This is Al-Ghazali's ultimate lesson. Not that philosophy is worthless, but that philosophy is limited. Not that reason is useless, but that reason isn't everything. Not that logic doesn't matter, but that logic can't answer all questions. The philosophers had made philosophy into an idol, an object of worship, the highest human faculty. Al-Ghazali had smashed that idol, not by being anti-intellectual, not by rejecting reason, not by embracing irrationality, but by pushing reason to its limits, by showing with rigorous argument that reason can't justify itself, by demonstrating philosophically that philosophy can't deliver what it promises. He used philosophy to show philosophy's limits. He used reason to reveal reason's boundaries. He used logic to demonstrate that logic rests on unprovable foundations, and in doing so, he opened space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to certainty, not by discrediting reason, but by right-sizing it, putting it in its proper place, acknowledging its power while recognizing its limits. This is intellectual maturity, the wisdom that comes after you've explored the limits of cleverness. The philosophers never got there. They stayed trapped in the intoxication of their own intellect, drunk on the power of argument, addicted to the feeling of certainty, unable to acknowledge that they were building castles on clouds. Al-Ghazali got sober, and sobriety didn't mean giving up thinking. It meant thinking more carefully, more humbly, more honestly about what thought can and can't do. The metaphysics of madness was real. The abyss of doubt was real. The spiral of skepticism was real. Al-Ghazali had looked into it, had fallen into it, had nearly been consumed by it, but he'd emerged on the other side, not with a philosophical solution, but with a lived realization that you can't think your way out of radical doubt. You can only be pulled out, rescued, given a gift you can't earn. And that gift isn't an argument. It's an experience, a light, a certainty that comes from beyond yourself. The philosophers would reject this, call it irrational, dismiss it as mysticism. But Al-Ghazali could now say, I've been where you are. I've mastered what you've mastered. I've trusted what you've trusted. And I've found it insufficient. Not wrong, not useless, but insufficient. There's more to reality than reason can grasp, more to knowledge than philosophy can deliver, more to truth than logic can demonstrate, and acknowledging that isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The madness wasn't in doubting too much, it was in claiming to know too much. The philosophers were mad with certainty. Al-Ghazali became sane through doubt, and from that sanity, he could finally speak with real authority. Not the authority of someone who claims to have all the answers, but the authority of someone who's seen the limits of answers, who's wrestled with uncertainty, who's found something beyond argument. The three great philosophical positions had fallen, the system had crumbled, the certainty had dissolved, but something more important had been revealed. Not a rival philosophical system, but a different way of approaching reality altogether, and that's where we're going next. To the final implications, the last confrontation, the ultimate question, what do you do after philosophy fails? There's a moment in every intellectual war when diplomacy ends, when critique becomes condemnation, when disagreement becomes denunciation, when you stop saying, "I think you're mistaken," and start saying what you believe is dangerous. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came when he looked at three specific philosophical positions, three ideas that weren't just wrong, weren't just unproven, weren't just questionable. They were heretical. They were kufr, disbelief. This wasn't a word he used lightly. In Islamic intellectual discourse, calling something heresy has weight, consequences, implications. It means this belief is so incompatible with Islamic faith that you can't hold it and remain Muslim. It means this isn't a matter of scholarly debate. This is a line in the sand. It means if you believe this, you've crossed a boundary. You're outside the circle. You've abandoned something essential. Al-Ghazali had spent months, maybe years, dismantling philosophical arguments, showing their logical flaws, exposing their assumptions, demonstrating their overreach. But he'd been relatively measured, academic, philosophical. He'd said, "Your proofs don't work. Your certainty is unjustified. Your claims exceed your evidence." But now he was going further. He was saying, three of your positions aren't just philosophically questionable, they're religiously unacceptable. They're not just errors, they're heresies. Why these three? Why not others? Because these three didn't just challenge specific interpretations of Islamic doctrine. They challenged the very possibility of Islamic belief making sense. They didn't just contradict scripture. They made scripture meaningless. They didn't just disagree with theology. They made theology impossible. Let's revisit them. But this time, not as philosophical problems, as religious catastrophes. First, the eternity of the world. We already explored the logical issues with this claim, the impossibility of traversing an infinite past, the incoherence of actual infinities. But Al-Ghazali's charge of heresy wasn't about logic. It was about what this belief does to the concept of God. If the world is eternal, if it has always existed, then what does it mean to call God the Creator? The Quran repeatedly describes God as Creator, as the one who brings things into existence, as the one who made the heavens and the earth. This isn't peripheral to Islamic belief. It's central, foundational, definitional. God's relationship to the universe is that of creator to creation, maker to made, originator to originated. But if the world is eternal, this relationship dissolves. God doesn't create. He doesn't originate. He doesn't bring into being. He just is the eternal source from which an eternal universe eternally flows. That's not creation. That's emanation, automatic, necessary, impersonal, like heat from fire, light from sun, effect from cause. No choice, no will, no decision to create. The philosophers tried to maintain that God is still supreme in this arrangement, still the source of all being. But Al-Ghazali saw through this, saw that they'd hollowed out the meaning of divine lordship. Because a lord commands, chooses, acts according to will. But if the universe necessarily flows from God's nature, where's the choice? Where's the command? Where's the will? God becomes like a mathematical principle, the number one from which all other numbers derive. Sure, it's foundational, but it's not a lord. It's not a ruler. It's not someone you worship. You don't pray to the number one. You don't submit to a principle. You don't love an abstract source. The philosophers had preserved the word God while evacuating it of meaning. They kept the shell, discarded the substance, maintained the label while changing the reality it referred to. And Al-Ghazali said, "No, this is unacceptable. If you deny that God created the universe in time, you're denying something so fundamental to Islamic belief that you've left Islam, not because the Quran explicitly says the universe began in time, in those exact words, but because the entire Quranic narrative assumes a God who acts, who creates, who brings things into existence by choice and will. Take that away, and what's left isn't Islam. It's a philosophical abstraction wearing Islamic vocabulary." Second, God's knowledge of particulars. We explored this earlier too. The emotional devastation of believing God doesn't know you individually, but the charge of heresy goes deeper. If God doesn't know particulars, then the Quran itself becomes impossible. Think about it. The Quran claims to be God's speech, specific words, revealed at specific times, to a specific person, about specific events. The Quran contains detailed legal rulings, historical narratives, responses to particular situations Muhammad faced. It describes Pharaoh by name, references the Battle of Badr, addresses the Prophet's wives individually. These are all particulars, specific people, specific events, specific moments in time. If God doesn't know particulars, he can't speak about them. He can't reveal information about specific historical figures, can't give laws for particular situations, can't address individual people. The entire concept of divine revelation collapses. The philosopher's response. The Quran uses particular examples to communicate universal truths, but that's not what the Quran claims about itself. The Quran presents its particulars as real, as historical, as actual events God knows about and describes. It's not using Pharaoh as a metaphor. It's telling you what actually happened to Pharaoh. A specific person God dealt with. If God doesn't know Pharaoh as a particular individual, then this entire narrative is false, not just imprecise, not just metaphorical. False. Same with prophecy more broadly. A prophet is called at a particular time, given a particular message, sent to a particular people. Moses at the burning bush, Jesus in Nazareth, Muhammad in Mecca. If God doesn't know these particular people at these particular times, how does he call them? How does he send specific messages? How does he guide particular prophets through specific challenges? The philosophers had to reinterpret all of this. They said prophets don't actually receive messages from God. They just have souls refined enough to receive emanations from the active intellect. It's not God communicating personally. It's just particularly receptive individuals picking up signals that are always broadcasting, like tuning a radio to a station that's always on. But again, that's not prophecy. That's just having a special talent, a psychological sensitivity. Muhammad didn't tune into a cosmic frequency. He received a message from someone who knew him personally. And Al-Ghazali said, if you deny that God can know particular people and send them particular messages, you've denied prophecy. And if you've denied prophecy, you've denied Islam. Because Islam is founded on the claim that God sent specific revelations through specific prophets. Take that away, and you're left with a vague philosophical spirituality, not Islam. Third, the denial of bodily resurrection. This was perhaps the most explicit heresy, because the Quran is absolutely clear about bodily resurrection, not just spiritual survival, not just the soul continuing, physical bodies, raised from graves, reconstituted, brought back to life. The philosophers called this impossible, philosophically absurd. Against natural law, bodies decay, atoms scatter. The elements that composed your body get redistributed throughout nature. How? Could God reassemble the same body? Which atoms would he use? If you ate another person's body, whose atoms are they at resurrection? These questions seemed devastating to the philosophers, proof that bodily resurrection was incoherent. Al-Ghazali had answers to all of them, technical, philosophical answers. But the charge of heresy didn't depend on those answers. The charge was simpler. The Quran explicitly, repeatedly, emphatically teaches bodily resurrection. It describes it in vivid detail. It uses it as proof of God's power. It makes it central to divine justice. To deny it isn't to offer an alternative interpretation. It's to say the Quran is wrong. And if the Quran is wrong about something it states clearly and repeatedly, then it's not divine revelation. If it's not divine revelation, then Muhammad isn't a prophet. If Muhammad isn't a prophet, then Islam is false. The philosophers couldn't accept this conclusion, so they reinterpreted. They said bodily resurrection is symbolic, metaphorical, a way of communicating spiritual truths to the masses. The real resurrection is spiritual. The soul continues and receives reward or punishment according to its state. The body stuff? That's just imagery, not meant to be taken literally. But Al-Ghazali asked, who gave you the authority to decide what's literal and what's metaphorical? The Quran doesn't say, we're speaking metaphorically about resurrection. It presents it as fact. You're importing your philosophical commitments, using them to override the plain meaning of Scripture. You've decided bodily resurrection is impossible based on your theory of causation, your view of natural law, your philosophical assumptions. Then you're using those assumptions to reinterpret Scripture to fit your philosophy. But that's backwards. That's putting philosophy above revelation, human reason above divine speech. And if you do that, you're not a Muslim who happens to be a philosopher. You're a philosopher who's trying to stay nominally Muslim by gutting Islamic doctrine of its content. These three positions, these three denials, together they formed a comprehensive rejection of Islamic teaching. Deny creation, and you lose God as Lord. Deny divine knowledge of particulars, and you lose prophecy and revelation. Deny bodily resurrection, and you lose divine justice and scriptural authority. Take all three together, and what's left? A philosophical system wearing Islamic clothing, using Islamic vocabulary, claiming Islamic identity, but bearing no resemblance to what Islam actually teaches or what Muslims actually believe. This is why Al-Ghazali called them heresy, not to silence debate, not to avoid hard questions, not to protect tradition from scrutiny, but because these positions made Islam incoherent, made its central claims meaningless, made its core doctrines impossible. You can't deny that God creates, knows, and resurrects, and still claim to be Muslim. Those aren't peripheral issues. They're definitional, foundational, essential. Now here's what's crucial to understand. Al-Ghazali wasn't saying these positions were logically impossible. He'd already shown the philosophers couldn't prove their claims, but he also couldn't prove they were wrong. Maybe the world is eternal. Maybe it's not. Philosophy can't decide with certainty. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. Again, philosophy can't prove it either way. Maybe bodily. Resurrection is impossible according to natural law. Or maybe natural law isn't what the philosophers think it is. The point is, these questions can't be settled by philosophical demonstration. The philosophers claimed they could prove these positions. Al-Ghazali showed they couldn't. But that means the questions remain open, undecided by reason alone. So how do you decide? You turn to revelation, to scripture, to prophetic teaching. And when you do, the answer is clear. God creates. God knows. God resurrects. The philosophers tried to have it both ways. They tried to be Muslim while denying what Islam teaches. They tried to respect revelation while overriding it with philosophy. They tried to honor scripture while gutting it of meaning. Through reinterpretation, Al-Ghazali said, you can't do that. You have to choose. Either you're a philosopher who rejects Islamic teaching, be honest about it, or you're a Muslim who accepts revelation, then accept what it actually says. But you can't be a Muslim philosopher who claims Islamic identity while denying Islamic doctrine. That's not intellectual sophistication. That's intellectual dishonesty. The charge of heresy was controversial then, still is now. Some scholars thought Al-Ghazali went too far, that he was too harsh, too quick to exclude. Others thought he didn't go far enough. That philosophy itself was suspect. That reason itself was dangerous, but Al-Ghazali occupied a middle position. He wasn't anti-philosophy, he'd mastered philosophy, used it brilliantly, showed its value as a tool. But he was against philosophy claiming authority over revelation. He was against reason, pretending it could answer questions it couldn't answer. He was against philosophers remaking Islam in philosophy's image. The 3 charges of heresy were his line in the sand. These 3 positions specifically. Not philosophy generally, not reason broadly, not intellectual inquiry as such. Just these 3 claims that made Islamic faith incoherent, and he stood by those charges. Never backed down, never softened them, because he believed something was at stake, something important, something worth defending, the integrity of Islamic teaching, the coherence of Islamic belief, the possibility of being Muslim meaning something specific. The philosophers had tried to make Islam compatible with their philosophy by changing what Islam meant. Al-Ghazali said, "No. If your philosophy contradicts Islam, that's a problem with your philosophy, not with Islam. You don't fix the problem by reinterpreting Islam until it says what you want it to say. You fix it by recognizing philosophy's limits, by acknowledging that some truths come through revelation, not reason, by accepting that some questions can't be answered by human intellect, by humbling yourself before divine teaching." This was the ultimate confrontation, not just between Al-Ghazali and the philosophers of his time, but between 2 ways of understanding the relationship between faith and reason, between revelation and philosophy, between divine teaching and human thought. The philosophers said, reason is supreme. When it conflicts with Scripture, reinterpret Scripture. Al-Ghazali said, reason is limited. When it can't prove something either way, defer to revelation. The philosophers said, we can figure out truth through pure thought. Al-Ghazali said, some truths must be received, not figured out. The philosophers said, philosophy is the highest human achievement. Everything else must conform to it. Al-Ghazali said, philosophy is a useful tool with clear limits. It serves wisdom, but isn't wisdom itself. 2 fundamentally different visions, and Al-Ghazali drew the line at the 3 positions where the conflict was starkest, where the stakes were highest, where the implications were clearest: the eternity of the world, God's knowledge of particulars, bodily resurrection. On these 3, he said, this is where philosophy overreaches, where it makes claims it can't support and contradicts revelation it should respect. This is where the philosophers stopped being philosophers and became missionaries for a different religion, a religion of reason, of philosophical speculation, of human intellectual achievement, dressed in Islamic language but fundamentally opposed to Islamic teaching, and Al-Ghazali wouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it, felt compelled to expose it, hence the charges of heresy. Harsh, perhaps, necessary. He thought so. Because sometimes tolerance becomes complicity. Sometimes open-mindedness becomes empty-headedness. Sometimes including everything means standing for nothing. And Al-Ghazali believed Islam stood for something, taught something, meant something, and that something was incompatible with these 3 philosophical positions. The war was won. The philosophers' certainty was demolished. Their overreach was exposed, but the cost was high. The battle was exhausting. The intellectual crisis was real. Al-Ghazali had taken the philosopher's system apart piece by piece, but in doing so, he'd also taken his own certainty apart. He'd shown the limits of reason, but he still needed to live, to act, to believe. He'd destroyed false confidence, but he still needed real confidence. He'd cleared the ground, but now something needed to be built on it, and that's where we're going next. To what comes after philosophy, to what fills the void left by demolished certainty, to Al-Ghazali's answer to the question, if reason can't give you truth, what can? Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind you is everything you know, everything you've built, everything you've trusted, your education, your career, your intellectual achievements, your certainty about how the world works. In front of you is nothing, empty air, a void you can't see across, and you have to jump, not because you want to, not because it makes sense, not because you've reasoned your way to the conclusion that jumping is the logical next step, but because standing still is no longer possible, because the ground beneath you is crumbling, because staying where you are means falling anyway. This is where Al-Ghazali found himself. He'd demolished the philosophers' certainty, exposed their assumptions, shown their limits, but in doing so, he'd also demolished his own ability to be certain through reason alone. He'd won the intellectual war, but he'd lost his intellectual peace. He couldn't go back to naive confidence, couldn't pretend he didn't see the problems, couldn't unthink what he'd thought, but he also couldn't move forward using the tools he'd just proven were inadequate. Reason couldn't save him. Logic couldn't guide him. Philosophy couldn't deliver him, because he'd shown that these tools, powerful as they are, can't provide the bedrock certainty he needed. They can critique, they can question, they can demolish bad arguments, but they can't build unshakable foundations, can't reach ultimate truth, can't give you something solid to stand on. So what do? The philosophers would say, give up, embrace uncertainty, accept that we're floating in a sea of probability and best guesses. But that's not livable. Not for someone who needs to act, to choose, to commit, to live a meaningful life. You can't spend every moment paralyzed by doubt. Can't question every step before you take it. Can't analyze every decision into indecision. At some point, you have to trust something, commit to something, believe in something. But what, and why, and how? This is the crisis Al-Ghazali lived through, and what happened next is remarkable. He didn't figure his way out. He was found. He describes it in his autobiography, Deliverance from Error. He writes about months of psychological paralysis, unable to teach, unable to function. Physically, sick from intellectual crisis, his tongue wouldn't speak, his mind wouldn't settle, his heart wouldn't rest. And then, he says, something happened, not through reasoning, not through study, not through philosophical insight, but through direct intervention, divine action, a light cast into his heart. He couldn't produce it, couldn't earn it, couldn't think his way to it. It was given, received, experienced, and it gave him the certainty that reason couldn't provide. Now, the philosophers would immediately object. This is just emotion, subjectivity, personal experience that can't be verified or validated. How do you know this light was real? How do you know it wasn't self-deception? How do you distinguish divine experience from delusion? These are fair questions, important questions, and Al-Ghazali had an answer, but not the answer philosophers wanted. He said, you can't know from the outside, can't judge from a distance, can't verify through rational proof. You can only know by experiencing it yourself. It's like trying to explain color to someone blind from birth, or taste to someone without a tongue, or love to someone who's never felt it. You can describe it, analyze it, talk about it philosophically, but until they experience it directly, they don't really know what you're talking about. Mystical experience is like that. Direct knowledge of the divine is like that. Certainty through encounter is like that. It's not less real because it's experiential. It's not less valid because it's personal. It's not less true because it can't be proven to skeptics. Some knowledge comes through experience, not through argument. Some truths are known by acquaintance, not by description. Some certainties arise from encounter, not from demonstration. And this, Al-Ghazali realized, is what the prophets had, what the mystics discovered, what the Sufis cultivated. A way of knowing that doesn't go through rational demonstration, a path to truth that doesn't depend on philosophical proof, a source of certainty that transcends logical inference. This was revolutionary. Not because mystical experience was new to Islam, it wasn't, but because Al-Ghazali was saying it as the greatest philosopher and theologian of his age. He wasn't a naive believer who'd never engaged with philosophy. He was a master philosopher who'd gone beyond philosophy. He wasn't rejecting reason from ignorance. He was transcending reason from experience. He'd climbed the ladder of philosophical achievement to the very top. And from that height, he could see that there was something higher still. Not higher in the sense of more sophisticated arguments, but higher in the sense of a different kind of knowledge altogether. The philosophers knew about God, through inference, through deduction, through rational proof. The mystics knew God, through experience, through encounter, through direct awareness. The difference is everything. Knowing about someone isn't the same as knowing them. Reading about love isn't the same as being in love. Studying fire isn't the same as being burned. The philosophers had built elaborate theories about God, complex arguments for his existence, sophisticated descriptions of his attributes. But they didn't know him. Not really, not personally, not experientially. They knew propositions about God, not God himself. And Al-Ghazali had discovered propositions aren't enough. Arguments aren't enough. Theories aren't enough. At some point, you need encounter, relationship, direct knowing. This is what pushed him towards Sufism, the mystical tradition within Islam, the path of those who seek direct experience of the divine, who cultivate spiritual states, who practice disciplines that open the heart to God's presence. The philosophers had dismissed these people as irrational, emotional, unsophisticated, people who couldn't handle the rigors of philosophical thought, who needed comforting experiences because they couldn't accept hard truths. Al-Ghazali now saw this was backwards. The Sufis weren't intellectually inferior to philosophers. They were epistemologically superior. They'd found a way to know that the philosophers hadn't found. They'd accessed truths the philosophers couldn't access. They'd achieved certainties the philosophers couldn't achieve, not because they were smarter, but because they'd gone beyond the mind. They'd discovered that some knowledge requires more than thinking. It requires preparation, purification, practice. It requires what the Sufis call the cleansing of the heart. Because the heart, in Islamic psychology, is the organ of spiritual perception, the faculty that can directly apprehend divine realities. But most people's hearts are clouded, covered, veiled by attachments, desires, distractions, like a mirror covered in dust. The mirror is still there, still has the capacity to reflect, but it can't reflect clearly until it's cleaned. The Sufi path is about cleaning that mirror, polishing the heart, removing the veils. Through specific practices, ethical disciplines, spiritual exercises, remembrance of God, detachment from worldly concerns, not as arbitrary rituals, but as a technology of transformation, a method for developing the capacity to perceive what's always there, but usually hidden. Al-Ghazali began walking this path, practicing these disciplines, engaging in these exercises, and he describes what happened, experiences of certainty that didn't come through reasoning, knowledge that arose without inference, truth that appeared without argument. The philosophers would call this delusion, self-hypnosis, wish fulfillment. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, how would you know? Have you practiced these disciplines? Have you purified your heart? Have you cultivated these capacities? If not, You're like someone who's never tasted honey declaring that honey isn't sweet. You're not making an informed judgment. You're just expressing your ignorance. The philosophers claimed rational proof was the only valid path to knowledge, but they couldn't prove that claim. It was an assumption, a philosophical prejudice, a limitation of imagination. Why should reason be the only faculty capable of grasping truth? Why couldn't there be other ways of knowing, other modes of perception, other paths to certainty? The philosophers assumed there weren't, but they never proved it. They just took it for granted. Al-Ghazali had broken free of that assumption. He'd discovered through experience that there are ways of knowing beyond rational demonstration, that direct experience can give certainty, that spiritual perception can grasp truths. That mystical encounter can provide knowledge. This didn't mean abandoning reason, or rejecting philosophy, or embracing irrationality. It meant recognizing that reason is one tool among many. Philosophy is one path among several. Rational demonstration is one way of knowing, not the only way. Reason is excellent for certain things. Analyzing arguments, exposing contradictions, clarifying concepts, showing what can't be proven. But reason can't give you everything you need, can't answer every question, can't provide every kind of knowledge. For some truths, you need revelation, the words of prophets who've received direct communication from God. For some truths, you need experience, the direct encounter with realities that can't be fully captured in propositions. For some truths, you need practice, the cultivation of faculties that most people leave undeveloped. This is Al-Ghazali's mature epistemology, his theory of knowledge after philosophy, not anti-intellectual, but trans-rational, beyond reason, not beneath it. Recognizing multiple sources of knowledge, multiple paths to truth, multiple ways of being certain, and understanding that different sources are appropriate for different kinds of questions. Want to know whether an argument is logically valid? Use reason. Want to know what God commands? Consult revelation. Want to know God himself? Seek direct experience. Each source has its proper domain. Each method has its appropriate use. Each path has its valid applications. The mistake is trying to use one source for everything, one method for all questions, one path as the only path. That's what the philosophers did. They tried to make reason answer questions it couldn't answer. They tried to use philosophical demonstration to grasp realities that transcend demonstration. They tried to think their way to truths that can only be experienced, and they failed. Necessarily. Because they were using the wrong tool for the job. It's like trying to see music or hear colors. You're using the wrong faculty. It won't work no matter how hard you try. Al-Ghazali had learned this the hard way, through crisis, through breakdown, through the collapse of intellectual certainty. But on the other side of that collapse, he found something better. Not new arguments, but new capacities. Not better proofs, but direct knowing. He describes states of awareness where truths became self-evident, not through reasoning to them, but through perceiving them directly. States where God's reality wasn't an inference from premises, but a presence impossible to deny. States where certainty wasn't the conclusion of an argument, but the content of immediate experience. This is what saved him from the abyss of doubt. Not a better philosophical system, but a different way of knowing, altogether. And it's what he began teaching, not just the criticism of philosophy, but the path beyond philosophy. Not just what's wrong with the philosopher's approach, but what's right about the mystic's approach. He wrote extensively about both. His critique of philosophy in The Incoherence of the Philosophers, his exposition of the mystical path in works like The Revival of the Religious Sciences. Together, they form a complete vision, a comprehensive answer to the question, how do we know? The answer, through multiple paths. Reason, revelation, and experience. Philosophy, prophecy, and mysticism. Thought, transmission, and transformation, each has its place, each has its value, each provides something the others can't provide. This was Al-Ghazali's synthesis, his contribution, his legacy, not just tearing down philosophical arrogance, but building up a richer, fuller, more complete approach to truth, an approach that honored reason while transcending it, that used philosophy while recognizing its limits, that appreciated intellectual rigor while acknowledging spiritual realities. The philosophers had tried to fit everything into the narrow box of rational demonstration. Al-Ghazali showed the box was too small. Reality was bigger, truth was richer, knowledge was more varied, and the path to wisdom required more than just thinking clearly. It required living rightly, practicing disciplines, cultivating character, purifying the heart. It required becoming a certain kind of person, not just learning certain kinds of arguments, because some knowledge is transformative. It doesn't just inform you, it changes you, makes you different, makes you capable of perceiving what you couldn't perceive before. This is why the mystical path involves ethical discipline, not as arbitrary rules, but as preparation. You can't see clearly if your desires cloud your vision, can't think straight if your attachments distort your perception, can't perceive divine realities if your heart is occupied with worldly concerns. The purification isn't punishment, it's preparation, training, developing the faculties needed for higher knowledge, like an athlete training their body, or a musician training their ear, or a mathematician training their mind. You're developing capacities, building abilities, becoming capable of something you weren't capable of before. The philosophers thought everyone already had all the capacities needed for truth. Just use your reason and you'll get there. Al-Ghazali showed some capacities need to be developed, some faculties need to be cultivated, some abilities need to be practiced, and that development, that cultivation, that practice requires more than reading books and constructing arguments. It requires a whole way of life, a path, a discipline, a transformation. This is what he found beyond reason's edge, not an abyss, but a new landscape, not emptiness, but fullness, not less knowledge, but more, not inferior certainty, but superior, the certainty of direct experience, the knowledge of personal encounter, the truth of transformation. The philosophers never got there, because they never jumped. They stood at the edge of reason's capacity and declared, "This is as far as truth goes." Al-Ghazali stood at the same edge and declared, "This is where the real journey begins, beyond argument, beyond proof, beyond rational demonstration, into the realm of immediate knowing, of direct perception, of transformative encounter." This didn't make him anti-philosophical. He continued using philosophy, continued teaching logic, continued analyzing arguments. But he did it from a different place, with a different understanding, with a different foundation. Not philosophy as the source of certainty, but philosophy as a tool in service of wisdom. Not reason as the ultimate authority, but reason as a valuable servant. Not logic as the path to God, but logic as a skill useful for many things, while insufficient for the most important thing. The most important thing being actually knowing God, not just knowing about Him, actually experiencing certainty, not just constructing arguments for belief, actually being transformed, not just accumulating information. This is Al-Ghazali's gift to intellectual history, not just the critique of philosophy, but the vision of what lies beyond it, not just showing what reason can't do, but pointing toward what other faculties can do, not just demolishing false certainty, but indicating where real certainty might be found. He jumped, and he found solid ground on the other side, not the ground of logical proof, but the ground of lived experience, not the foundation of philosophical demonstration, but the foundation of direct knowing, not the bedrock of rational argument, but the bedrock of spiritual encounter. And from that ground, he could finally speak with real authority, not borrowed, not constructed, not argued into existence, but earned, experienced, known. The philosophers claimed authority they didn't have, certainty they couldn't justify, knowledge they couldn't possess. Al-Ghazali found authority they couldn't claim, certainty they couldn't understand, knowledge they couldn't access, because he'd gone where they refused to go, beyond reason's edge, into the territory of transformed consciousness and direct divine encounter. And that journey changed everything, for him and for everyone who came after. Every intellectual earthquake has aftershocks, tremors that continue long after the main event, ripples that spread across centuries, cracks that keep widening in unexpected directions. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy was that kind of earthquake, and we're still feeling the aftershocks today, nearly 1,000 years later. The question is, what kind of aftershocks? What did his critique actually accomplish? What world did it create? The answers depend on who you ask, and when you ask them. Because Al-Ghazali's legacy is complicated, contested, contradictory. Some see him as a hero, the man who saved Islamic faith from philosophical corruption, who exposed intellectual arrogance, who redirected Islamic civilization towards spiritual authenticity. Others see him as a villain, the man who killed Islamic philosophy, who ended the golden age of Islamic science, who closed the door on rational inquiry. Both narratives exist, both have evidence, both can't be entirely right. So let's look at what actually happened, starting with the immediate aftermath. Al-Ghazali's incoherence of the philosophers hit like a bomb. It couldn't be ignored. It was too sophisticated, too rigorous, too devastating in its arguments. The philosophers had to respond, and they tried. The most famous response came from Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes. He was born in Muslim Spain, decades after Al-Ghazali's death, and he considered it his mission to defend philosophy against Al-Ghazali's assault. He wrote, "The Incoherence of the Incoherence," a point-by-point refutation of Al-Ghazali's critiques. The title itself was provocative, a declaration that Al-Ghazali's arguments were themselves incoherent. Ibn Rushd argued that Al-Ghazali had misunderstood the philosophers, misrepresented their positions, made straw-man arguments. He tried to show that philosophy and revelation were compatible, that reason and faith addressed different domains, that you didn't have to choose between them. He was brilliant, sophisticated, intellectually formidable, and he lost, not because his arguments were bad, they weren't, not because he wasn't smart enough, he was, but because the cultural moment had shifted. The appetite for bold philosophical speculation had waned. Al-Ghazali had planted doubt, made people suspicious of philosophers' claims, raised questions about whether reason could really deliver what it promised, and that doubt spread, took root, changed the conversation. In the Islamic world, philosophy never fully recovered the prestige it had before Al-Ghazali. It continued, scholars still studied it, still wrote about it, still engaged with it, but it was different, more defensive, less confident, less central to Islamic intellectual life. The momentum shifted toward theology, law, and mysticism, toward disciplines that acknowledged revelation's authority, that accepted reason's limits. Was this Al-Ghazali's fault? Did he kill Islamic philosophy? That's the accusation, and it's been repeated for centuries, especially by Western scholars. Looking at Islamic intellectual history, they see a golden age of Islamic science and philosophy in the 9th through 11th centuries. Brilliant minds, groundbreaking discoveries, sophisticated arguments. Then Al-Ghazali appears, and afterward, decline, stagnation, the end of that golden age. The implication, Al-Ghazali's anti-philosophical critique killed the spirit of inquiry, closed minds, ended intellectual progress. But this narrative is too simple, too neat, too convenient for those who want to blame religion for scientific decline. First, Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-science. He wasn't anti-mathematics. He wasn't even entirely anti-philosophy. He distinguished between different types of philosophical inquiry. He accepted logic, valued mathematics, had no problem with natural philosophy as a descriptive enterprise. His critique was narrower, more specific, aimed at metaphysical claims that couldn't be proven, at philosophical certainty about ultimate questions, at reason overreaching its domain. He never said, stop studying nature, stop investigating causes, stop developing mathematics. He said, stop claiming you can prove God's nature through pure reason. Stop dismissing revelation because it conflicts with your philosophical assumptions. Stop pretending philosophy gives you certainty about questions it can't answer. That's different from attacking science or rational inquiry generally. Second, the decline of Islamic science had many causes: political fragmentation, Mongol invasions, economic shifts, the closing of major centers of learning. To blame it all on one book by one scholar is historically naive. Civilizations rise and fall for complex reasons. Economic, political, social, military ideas matter, but they're not the only thing that matters, and they don't operate in a vacuum. Third, philosophy continued in the Islamic world after Al-Ghazali, just in different forms, with different emphases, in different locations. In Persia, illuminationist philosophy flourished. Suhrawardi created sophisticated systems that tried to integrate reason and mystical experience. In the Ottoman Empire, philosophical inquiry continued for centuries. Commentaries, debates, new developments. It wasn't the vibrant, confident, speculative philosophy of the earlier period. But it wasn't dead either. The story is more complex than Al-Ghazali killed philosophy. But here's what he did do. Undeniably. Intentionally. He changed the hierarchy of knowledge in Islamic civilization. Before Al-Ghazali, philosophy was ascending, gaining prestige, claiming authority, positioning itself as the highest form of knowledge. After Al-Ghazali, philosophy was humbled, put in its place, acknowledged as useful but limited. Theology reasserted its primacy. Mysticism gained legitimacy. Revealed knowledge regained authority. The question is, was this good or bad? From one perspective, it's terrible, a tragedy. The closing of the Islamic mind. Philosophy represents open inquiry, rational investigation, the courage to question everything, the refusal to accept authority without proof. When you subordinate philosophy to theology, you're saying, some questions are off limits, some conclusions are predetermined, some truths can't be questioned. That's the death of free inquiry, the end of intellectual courage, the victory of dogma over reason. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is disaster. He gave religious authorities a weapon against philosophical inquiry. He made it respectable to reject reason in favor of revelation. He closed doors that should have stayed open. But from another perspective, it's exactly right. A necessary correction. The restoration of proper hierarchy. Philosophy had become arrogant, overconfident, dismissive of revelation and tradition. Philosophers were using unproven assumptions to override clear religious teachings. They were claiming certainty about things they couldn't know. They were making religion conform to philosophy rather than the reverse. Someone needed to expose this, needed to show that the emperor had no clothes, needed to demonstrate that philosophical certainty was often philosophical arrogance. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is heroic. He defended faith against intellectual corruption. He preserved Islamic teaching from philosophical distortion. He maintained the integrity of revealed religion. So which is it? Hero or villain? Savior or destroyer? Maybe the question is wrong. Maybe the legacy is mixed. Maybe he was both right and dangerous. Right about philosophy's limits. Right that reason can't prove everything. Right that some knowledge comes through experience rather than argument. But dangerous in how his critique could be weaponized. how it could be used to shut down legitimate inquiry, how it could justify intellectual laziness masquerading as piety. Al-Ghazali himself would probably reject both extremes. He valued reason, used it brilliantly, never advocated abandoning intellectual rigor. But he also saw its limits, recognized its boundaries, understood that some truths lie beyond its reach. His goal wasn't to kill philosophy. It was to right-size it, to put it in proper perspective, to acknowledge both its power and its limitations. The problem is, ideas have consequences you can't always control. Al-Ghazali wrote sophisticated, nuanced arguments, but not everyone who read them understood the nuance. Some people took his critique as permission to reject all philosophy, to distrust all rational inquiry, to retreat into pure traditionalism. That wasn't his intention, but it was one result. Similarly, his embrace of mysticism opened important doors, made space for experiential knowledge, legitimized spiritual practice as a path to truth. But it also created problems, because mystical experience is subjective, hard to verify, easy to fake, prone to excess and delusion. Al-Ghazali knew this, warned about it, tried to provide guidelines for distinguishing authentic spiritual experience from self-deception. But again, not everyone paid attention to the nuances. Some used mysticism as an excuse for anti-intellectualism, for rejecting any attempt at rational analysis. The legacy is messy, as legacies usually are. But here's what's undeniable. Al-Ghazali changed the conversation, permanently. After him, no serious Islamic thinker could ignore the questions he raised. Can philosophy prove what it claims to prove? What are reason's limits? How do you balance revelation and rational inquiry? What role should mystical experience play in religious knowledge? These became unavoidable questions, central debates, issues every sophisticated thinker had to address. In that sense, Al-Ghazali's critique was generative. It created new lines of inquiry, sparked new debates, forced new sophistication. Even Ibn Rushd's response, his attempt to refute Al-Ghazali, shows this. It's a more careful, more nuanced defense of philosophy than what came before. Because Ibn Rushd had to take Al-Ghazali's objections seriously, had to address them carefully, had to develop more sophisticated arguments. That's the paradox. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy made philosophy better, more rigorous, more aware of its assumptions, more careful about its claims. The lazy, overconfident philosophy that claimed to prove everything. That died. And maybe it needed to. But careful, humble, sophisticated philosophy, that could still flourish. And in some places, it did. Now, let's zoom out. Because Al-Ghazali's impact wasn't limited to Islamic civilization. His ideas reached medieval Europe through translations, influenced Christian scholastic theology, shaped how Europeans thought about the relationship between faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, the great Catholic theologian, engaged with Al-Ghazali's arguments, sometimes agreeing, sometimes disagreeing, always taking them seriously. The questions Al-Ghazali raised about causation influenced later European philosophers. David Hume's skepticism about causation echoes Al-Ghazali's occasionalism, though Hume probably didn't read him directly. The debate about faith and reason that Al-Ghazali helped shape in Islam became central to European intellectual history too. So, his influence spread, transformed, took on new forms in new contexts. Today, nearly 1,000 years later, what's his relevance? In the Islamic world, he remains towering, one of the most important figures in Islamic intellectual history. Studied, debated, revered, criticized. In the broader world, he's less known, but the questions he raised remain urgent. In an age of scientific confidence, where many believe science can answer all meaningful questions, Al-Ghazali's skepticism about reason's reach is worth reconsidering, not as anti-science, but as a reminder that science has limits, that not all questions are scientific questions, that not all knowledge is empirical knowledge. In an age of religious fundamentalism, where some want simple certainty and reject intellectual inquiry, Al-Ghazali's sophisticated engagement with philosophy is instructive. He didn't reject reason. He used it, mastered it, showed its power while acknowledging its limits. That's different from anti-intellectualism. It's sophisticated intellectualism that knows its boundaries. In an age of spiritual seeking, where many look for meaning beyond materialism, Al-Ghazali's mystical turn offers a path, not away from reason, but beyond it, to direct experience, to transformation, to knowledge that changes you. But with Al-Ghazali, you get intellectual rigor alongside mystical experience, critical thinking alongside spiritual practice, philosophy alongside transformation. That integration is rare and valuable. So what's the final verdict? What do we make of Al-Ghazali's legacy? Perhaps this: he was right about the questions, profoundly. Right about philosophy's limits, about reason's boundaries, about the need for multiple paths to knowledge. He was sophisticated about the answers, offering a vision that honored reason while transcending it, that used philosophy while recognizing its insufficiency, that integrated multiple ways of knowing. But he couldn't control how his ideas would be used, how they'd be simplified, how they'd be weaponized by some and ignored by others. That's the fate of all influential thinkers. Their ideas take on lives of their own, get interpreted and misinterpreted, used for purposes they never intended. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy's monopoly on knowledge. That was necessary. Philosophy had overreached, claimed too much, dismissed other ways of knowing too easily. But some people took the breaking too far, used it to reject all philosophy, all rational inquiry, all intellectual rigor. That's not what Al-Ghazali wanted, but it's part of what happened. So we're left with a mixed legacy, a complicated inheritance, a set of insights that cut multiple ways, and maybe that's appropriate, because the questions Al-Ghazali raised don't have simple answers. How do you balance faith and reason? How do you honor both revelation and rational inquiry? How do you acknowledge multiple paths to truth without descending into relativism? These are hard questions, eternal questions. Questions every thoughtful person must wrestle with. Al-Ghazali didn't solve them definitively. He couldn't. They're not the kind of questions that have final solutions, but he illuminated them, showed their complexity, demonstrated why easy answers won't work, and he modeled something important: the courage to question your own certainty, the honesty to admit what you don't know, the humility to recognize your tool's limitations. He was at the peak of intellectual achievement, the most respected scholar of his age, secure in his position and prestige, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly, to question more deeply, to seek more authentically. That's rare. That takes courage. That matters. So here's the question I'll leave you with. The question Al-Ghazali forces us to confront. What are you certain about? And how do you know? Not what do you believe, not what seems likely, but what are you absolutely certain about? And on what grounds? If you're honest, if you push hard enough, if you follow Al-Ghazali's example of radical questioning, you'll probably find your certainties are fewer than you thought, that some things you took for granted are actually assumptions, that some beliefs you held confidently are actually probabilities, that some knowledge you claimed was actually trust, and that's okay. That's not weakness, that's honesty, because false certainty is worse than acknowledged uncertainty. Pretending to know what you don't know is worse than admitting you don't know. Al-Ghazali taught that lesson, lived that lesson, suffered through that lesson. And on the other side, he found something better than false certainty. He found a richer, more complex, more honest relationship with truth, one that honored reason without worshipping it, that used philosophy without being enslaved by it, that acknowledged mystery without abandoning intellect. That's his gift to us, Not a final answer, but a better way of asking the question, not solved problems, but deeper understanding of why the problems are hard. Not certainty about everything, but clarity about what we can and can't know. And for some questions, for some truths, for some encounters with reality, an invitation to go beyond knowing about and seek knowing directly, to jump beyond reason's edge and see what's there, to experience rather than just theorize, to be transformed rather than just informed. Nearly 1,000 years later, the invitation still stands, the questions still press, the challenge still beckons. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy, but he didn't leave us with nothing. He left us with something harder, something richer, something more real. The acknowledgement that we're finite creatures reaching for infinite truth, limited minds grasping at unlimited reality, temporal beings trying to understand the eternal, and in that acknowledgement, there's honesty. There's humility. There's the beginning of real wisdom, not the false wisdom of those who claim to have figured it all out, but the real wisdom of those who know how much they don't know, and who keep seeking anyway, keep questioning, keep reaching, keep being transformed by truth rather than just accumulating information about it. That's Al-Ghazali's legacy. Messy, complicated, contested, but profound. The man who broke philosophy, and in breaking it, opened something deeper, something truer, something more worth seeking. The question is, will you seek it? Will you question your certainties? Will you jump? Or will you stay on solid ground, comfortable in your assumptions, certain in your philosophies, confident in your reasoned conclusions? Al-Ghazali jumped and found solid ground on the other side, a different kind of solid ground, not built by reason, but given by grace, experienced directly, known certainly. The philosophers never jumped, never found that ground, never knew that certainty. They stayed at reason's edge, declaring there was nothing beyond, that what they could see was all there was, that their certainty was sufficient. They were wrong. Al-Ghazali proved they were wrong by jumping, by experiencing, by knowing. And now the question comes to you, standing where he stood, facing what he faced, choosing what he chose. Will you trust reason alone? Or will you seek what lies beyond it? Will you stay with philosophy? Or will you transcend it? Will you claim certainty you can't justify? Or will you embrace the uncertainty that leads to deeper truth? The throne of knowledge still stands, but it's empty now. No one sits there with absolute confidence anymore. Thanks to Al-Ghazali, we know better. We know the throne was always a fiction. The certainty was always false. The philosophers were always overreaching. And in knowing that, in accepting that, in living with that, we become more human, more honest, more real. That's the final legacy. Not answers, but better questions. Not certainty, but authentic seeking. Not knowledge about everything, but wisdom about ourselves. The man who broke philosophy and showed us what comes after. So here we are. You've followed Al-Ghazali through his intellectual war, his personal crisis, his devastating critiques, his mystical transformation. You've seen him dismantle the philosopher's certainty, question the foundations of knowledge, challenge the limits of reason itself. You've watched him break philosophy and discover what lies beyond it. But now comes the real question. The question he asked himself. The question he forces us to ask. The question that matters more than any philosophical argument or theological debate. What are you certain about? Not, what do you believe? Not what seems reasonable. Not what you've been taught or what makes sense. But what are you absolutely, unshakably, undoubtedly certain about? Take a moment. Really think about it. Is it your senses? That what you see and hear and touch is real? Al-Ghazali showed that dreams feel just as real. That perception can deceive. That you can't prove you're not dreaming right now. Is it your reason? That logic gives you reliable truth. Al-Ghazali showed that reason rests on unprovable assumptions. That you can't use logic to prove logic works. that the foundation is shakier than you thought? Is it science? That empirical investigation reveals reality. Science is powerful, incredibly powerful, but it rests on assumptions too. That nature is uniform, that the future will resemble the past, that our instruments are reliable. Can you prove those assumptions, or do you just trust them? Is it your beliefs, your worldview, your understanding of how things are? How many of those beliefs did you reason your way to? And how many did you absorb from culture, family, education, experience? How many could you defend under rigorous questioning? How many would crumble if you pushed hard enough? This isn't meant to make you despair. It's meant to make you honest. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't that you can't know anything. It's that you know less than you think you know. And admitting that isn't weakness, it's courage. The courage to question everything, even your own mind, even your own certainties, even the tools you use to be certain. Most people never do this. They accept their certainties uncritically, live their whole lives on unexamined foundations, never look down to see what they're standing on. Al-Ghazali looked down and saw the abyss and nearly fell in. But he emerged with something more valuable than false certainty. He emerged with wisdom. The wisdom to know the difference between what you know and what you believe, between what you've proven and what you've assumed, between certainty and faith. Because here's what he discovered. Everyone has faith in something. The religious person has faith in revelation. The philosopher has faith in reason. The scientist has faith in empirical method. The question isn't whether you have faith, it's what you have faith in, and why, and whether you're honest enough to admit it's faith. The philosophers weren't. They called their faith rational demonstration, called their assumptions self-evident truths, called their beliefs necessary conclusions. But it was faith all along. They just didn't have the courage to admit it. Al-Ghazali had that courage. And that's what makes him worth studying nearly 1,000 years later. Not because he had all the answers. He didn't. Nobody does. But because he asked the right questions, questioned honestly, followed the truth wherever it led, even when it cost him everything. He was at the peak of success, the most respected scholar of his age, secure, comfortable, certain, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly. He walked away from his position, his prestige, his intellectual certainty, because staying where he was meant living a lie, pretending to know what he didn't know, teaching with confidence he no longer felt and he couldn't do it. His integrity wouldn't let him. That's rare. That's admirable. That's worth emulating. Not the specific conclusions he reached. You might agree with them or not. That's between you and your own search for truth. But the method, the honesty, the courage, the willingness to question everything and follow where the questions lead, that's what matters. That's what endures. That's what we need more of today, because we live in an age of false certainties, on all sides, from all perspectives. People who claim to know things they can't possibly know, who speak with confidence about questions that should inspire humility, who dismiss other viewpoints without really understanding them. Al-Ghazali offers a different path, a harder path, but a more honest one. The path of rigorous questioning, of acknowledged uncertainty, of seeking truth rather than defending positions. He didn't destroy philosophy. That's the wrong way to understand his legacy. He showed us what philosophy can and cannot do. What it can do: clarify thinking, expose bad arguments, analyze concepts, show what can't be proven, demonstrate contradictions, sharpen the mind. What it cannot do: give absolute certainty, answer every question, reach ultimate truth through reason alone, replace experience with argument, substitute thinking for transformation. That's a profound insight, one that remains relevant today, because we still make philosophy's mistake. We still think we can reason our way to everything, still believe arguments are enough. still confuse intellectual understanding with real knowing. Al-Ghazali reminds us, some truths must be lived to be known. Some realities must be experienced to be understood. Some knowledge requires transformation, not just information. That's not anti-intellectual. It's recognizing that intellect is one tool among many. Powerful but limited. Valuable but insufficient. You need your mind. But you need more than your mind. You need experience, practice, transformation, encounter with realities that transcend conceptual understanding, whether that's mystical experience, as Al-Ghazali found, or some other path to direct knowing, or simply the wisdom that comes from living deeply and honestly. The point is, don't mistake the map for the territory. Don't confuse thinking about truth for encountering truth. Don't assume that because you can argue something, you therefore know it. This is Al-Ghazali's final gift, not a philosophical system, but a way of being in the world. Humble about what you know, honest about what you don't, courageous enough to question, open enough to experience, wise enough to integrate multiple ways of knowing, philosophy without arrogance, faith without dogmatism, experience without delusion, reason without worship of reason. That's the integration he achieved, the balance he modeled, the wisdom he embodied. And it's still possible today, still necessary today, still worth pursuing today. So what now? Where do you go from here? That's up to you. That's always up to you. But maybe start with the question, the haunting question, the honest question. What are you certain about, and how do you know? Sit with that question. Don't rush to answer it. Let it disturb you. Let it shake your assumptions. Let it reveal the foundations you've been standing on. And if you find those foundations shakier than you thought, good. That's the beginning of wisdom. If you discover you've been claiming certainty you don't have, good. That's the beginning of honesty. If you realize you need to question more, seek more, go deeper, good. That's the beginning of real knowing. Al-Ghazali's journey isn't over, because the questions he raised never go away. The challenges he faced are eternal human challenges. The need to balance faith and reason, to honor both intellect and experience, to seek truth honestly rather than defend positions comfortably. These are your challenges now, your questions, your journey. And maybe, like Al-Ghazali, you'll discover that the journey leads beyond where you expected. That truth is stranger and richer than your categories can contain. That reality resists being reduced to any single system. Maybe you'll find, as he did, that losing false certainty opens you to real knowing. That admitting you don't know is the first step to actually knowing. That jumping beyond reason's edge reveals solid ground you couldn't see from where you were standing. Or maybe you'll find something different, your own path, your own truths, your own way of integrating what can be thought and what must be experienced. That's fine. That's as it should be. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't do exactly what I did. It's have the courage to seek honestly, question deeply, live authentically, know the difference between what you know and what you believe, and never, ever confuse confidence with certainty, or arguments with truth, or intellectual understanding with wisdom. The philosophers made that mistake. And it took a man who'd mastered their entire system to show them where they'd gone wrong. Don't make the same mistake. Don't let 4 hours of watching a documentary make you feel like you've understood everything. You've been introduced to questions, not given final answers. You've seen one man's journey, not been shown the only path. You've encountered ideas, not acquired certainty. What you do with those questions, that journey, those ideas, that's your work now. Your responsibility, your adventure. Al-Ghazali can't take that journey for you. I can't take it for you. No one. You have to walk it yourself, question it yourself, discover it yourself, live it yourself. But now you know the questions are worth asking. The journey is worth taking. The truth is worth seeking. even when it costs you, even when it disturbs you, even when it requires you to let go of certainties you cherished, because false certainty is a prison, and Al-Ghazali offers the key, not a key to new certainties, but a key to honest uncertainty, to real seeking, to authentic knowing. Will you use it? Will you question? Will you seek? Will you jump? Or will you stay comfortable in your assumptions, safe in your beliefs, certain in your philosophies? The choice is yours. It always has been. It always will. Al-Ghazali made his choice. The philosophers made theirs. And the difference between them echoes across 1,000 years. Now it's your turn. Your choice. Your journey. Make it honestly. Make it courageously. Make it wisely. And maybe, just maybe, you'll discover what Al-Ghazali discovered, that beyond the edge of reason lies not emptiness, but fullness, not less truth, but more, not the end of knowing, but the beginning. The throne of knowledge is empty. The philosopher's certainty is gone. The old confident systems have crumbled. But that's not tragedy. That's opportunity. Opportunity to seek truth more honestly than they did, to know more authentically than they could, to integrate what they left separate. The opportunity is yours. The questions are waiting. The journey beckons. Will you begin?
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned. and it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theater? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible vertex. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, Fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without Fortuna, virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, pernicious hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of virtue and fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook to master power. One must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning, remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Saki, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies. and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power: reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, they create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures, such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery, decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continued to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence to process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes not as a moralist, but as a realist. The prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired. The strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune, into intellectual productivity. The text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand The Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The Prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Beforeman whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited verses mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois Riaroud would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think, they are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personal. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it into 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet as sight reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's woes. Follies, that is the first law of nature." It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them. By candlelight, copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear, to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote Acroces l'infâme crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him The Social Contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward It's quiet close. Picture Voltaire at his desk again. Older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance. Another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aged Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candid begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candid is expelled from paradise for loving the baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candid, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims, never the theories that explained them away. Pangloss, ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candid is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candid begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words. Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candid spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candid carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells. Candid, she has suffered everything, yet still loves life. Her tail loss, slavery, disfigurement, becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candid. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candid becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclere, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue. And that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The Lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candide endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Fernie years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candide, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candide close quietly. No fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence: we must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candide has passed. Now the air is still, the fields soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Fernie. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance, donations to families ruined by injustice, pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound, he writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something, teach someone, relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read." It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, be the neighbor. Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters in others. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need. That sentence, like the garden, is plain, sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Ferny flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, I merely let people work. It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds, neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, when I plant, I believe in tomorrow. It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven, but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, they helped. May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Fernie are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Fernie is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, they will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning. There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. And so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Fernie is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty with words precise enough to cut and measured enough to heal. It begins with a tragedy that echoes through. Europe, the case of Jean Cola is a Protestant merchant from Toulouse, accused of murdering his own son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. The evidence is thin, the witnesses contradictory, yet the courts, swayed by fanaticism, condemn him. He is tortured, broken on the wheel, and executed. His family is disgraced, his name destroyed. Voltaire hears of it months later. He reads the reports in disbelief, then anger, then purpose. Here, he sees, is everything he has fought in theory: superstition, intolerance, the arrogance of power, compressed into one human catastrophe. The philosopher who once mocked priests now takes up the case like a lawyer for the dead. He writes to ministers, ambassadors, magistrates. He gathers testimony, publishes essays, letters, arguments, not in fury but in relentless clarity. He refuses to let the world look away. For 3 years he works to prove Carla innocent. He appeals to reason, not revenge. Let us not avenge him, he writes. Let us vindicate him. The difference is everything. Vengeance imitates the crime. Justice corrects it. Finally, the pressure becomes too great. In 1765, the verdict is overturned. The king issues an official exoneration. The Cola family is restored to honor. Voltaire weeps quietly when he hears the news. He says, "I am old, but I have seen something good." The victory changes him. He discovers that philosophy need not end in resignation. The garden, it turns out, includes the world beyond the fence. From that moment, he becomes the conscience of Europe. When others suffer injustice, they write to Fernie, knowing the old man will answer. The letters arrive by the hundreds. Cases of torture, false accusation, religious persecution. Voltaire reads them all. He cannot rest. Each one feels personal. He answers with arguments, essays, and petitions, turning public opinion into a force more powerful than decrees. He understands that to change minds, one must move hearts first. He tells stories of victims as if they were neighbors. He describes families ruined, lives ended, and asks readers, "What if this were you?" His tone is never hysterical. It is calm, factual, devastating. He makes empathy logical and reason. Emotional, his next great battle comes with the Savine affair. Another Protestant family accused. Another miscarriage of justice. He fights again tirelessly, methodically until innocence is proved. Then comes the case of the Chevalier de la Barre, a young man executed for failing to salute a religious procession. Voltaire's outrage burns through his letters. So they have cut off a boy's head for singing an irreverent song. He writes, "The true blasphemy is cruelty itself." Each campaign takes years, but he persists. He has become the Enlightenment in motion. His house turns into a court of appeal for all who have none. Farmers arrive at his gate carrying petitions. He feeds them, listens, and sends letters that travel faster than armies. People begin to say that Fernie is more than a villageite, is a tribunal. Some call him the patriarch. He laughs at the title, but fulfills the role. From his desk, he governs nothing and influences everything. The methods he uses are revolutionary. He wields publicity as weapon. He understands that scandal, once illuminated, loses its power. He exposes cruelty not by screaming but by describing it until denial becomes impossible. He turns reason into theatre, making the reading of injustice a moral awakening. In pamphlets, he dissects trials line by line, showing contradictions, mocking absurdities, always ending with a plea for tolerance. He never allows himself to hate. Hatred, he believes, is ignorance reborn. Instead, he uses ridicule to dismantle what others would burn. He writes, "Fanaticism is a monster that dares call itself God." He insists that every faith, every nation, must choose between cruelty and civilization. He calls for the abolition of torture, the protection of minorities, the separation of religion from law. Each idea seems radical, but all spring from one root, the conviction that reason and compassion are the same virtues seen from two sides. The burden of battle weighs on him. At 70, he should rest, but cannot. His body grows frail. His spirit does not. He writes through illness, dictating when he can no longer hold the quill. He jokes that death will find him mid-sentence. He is probably right. Visitors to Fernie describe a paradox, a man physically weak, yet morally immense. They find him surrounded by papers, letters piled like fortifications. Each morning he dictates with the calm of someone long past fear. When asked where he finds strength, he answers, "From injustice. It keeps me alive." He no longer writes for fame or vengeance, but for what he calls the tenderness of reason. He believes the Enlightenment must learn to feel as well as think. Compassion, he says, is the logic of the heart. Through these campaigns, Voltaire reshapes Europe's moral landscape. He proves that public opinion, when informed, can correct courts and kings. He inspires others to write, petition, and protest. What begins as one man's outrage becomes a collective conscience. He calls it progress. Others call it revolution in slow motion. His enemies multiply, but so do his allies. Princes who once banned him now quote him. Young thinkers visit Fernie as if on pilgrimage. They find no mystic, no saint, only a human being who never stopped caring. That, perhaps, is why they trust him. He shows that morality need not require perfection. One can be flawed and still fight for what is right. He writes to a friend, "I am not a good man, only a man who prefers justice to injustice." It is both confession and creed. As the years pass, his campaigns blend together. He becomes less interested in victory than in persistence. He says, "Every time we prevent cruelty, we plant a seed of civilization." He knows some seeds will fail. Still, he plants them. The act itself is the meaning. He often repeats his favorite image. The truth is like a torch, cannot be touched without burning, but it lights the way. He has been burned many times, yet the light remains. In his late letters, fatigue seeps through the wit. He confides to a friend, "My only wish is to see reason have the last word before I have my last breath." It is a prayer disguised as irony. One afternoon, near the end of his life, a visitor asks whether all his battles were worth it. Voltaire looks out the window at his fields, pauses and answers softly, "Look around you. The wheat grows straighter when it is tended." The visitor nods, understanding. Justice, like agriculture, is never finished. It demands constant cultivation. He writes one final appeal on behalf of a prisoner he has never met. He seals it with unsteady hands, smiles, and says, "The garden must never be left alone." That is his final message to the world, that conscience is maintenance, that civilization is continuous care. By the time he is 80, he has become both legend and lesson. Children learn his maxims by heart. Rulers read his essays in secret. He has outlived persecution. The voice once forbidden now shapes law. Yet he remains humble, reminding admirers that truth is older than any author. "I did not invent justice," he says. "I only reminded people it exists." When asked what kept him writing for so long, he replies, "The world kept misbehaving, and then, with a laugh, I could not allow it the last word." As we drift toward the close of this chapter, imagine the old philosopher at dusk, quill resting beside a half-written letter. The window is open, evening air stirs the curtains. Outside, voices of workers returning home. He listens, content. For all the battles, this sound ordinary life continuing is his reward. The warrior for justice has become a guardian of peace. He has learned that righteousness without gentleness hardens into tyranny, that truth without humor dies of solemnity, and that compassion, practiced daily, is the highest form of reason. The candle burns low. He leans back, closes his eyes, and murmurs, "Let us cultivate the garden of justice, for the weeds never rest." And with that thought, we fade into the next part of the journey, a reflection on the age he helped shape, and the enemies his light exposed. The 18th century calls itself an age of light, but the shadows are never far. Every candle burns against darkness. Every idea meets resistance. Voltaire knows this better than anyone. He has lived long enough to see knowledge advance, and ignorance advance beside it. For every mind awakened, another retreats behind dogma. The struggle, he realizes, is not between good and evil, but between curiosity and fear. By now, the world names him a leader of the philosophes, the writers, scientists, and dreamers who believe reason can civilize humankind. Their movement is not an organization, but a conversation, a network of letters stretching from Paris to Berlin, from Geneva to St. Petersburg. They debate, they argue, they contradict, but all share one belief, that light is worth its cost. Voltaire watches this awakening with mixed pride and caution. He knows ideas spread faster than understanding. He warns his friends, "Let us enlighten, but let us not inflame." For he senses that every philosophy, once simplified, can become a banner for zeal. He has seen how easily reform turns to revenge. The Enlightenment, to him, is not rebellion, is renovation. He does not wish to destroy the old house of faith, only to open its windows. He does not want atheism to replace religion, but tolerance to replace cruelty. He writes, "If God did not exist, we should have to invent him." Not as theology, but as irony, a reminder that belief can serve morality only when it ceases to serve oppression. He admires science, but distrusts arrogance. He honors Newton as a saint of reason, but warns that even science, if worshipped, becomes superstition by another name. Reason must remain humble before mystery. That humility is what separates the sage from the fanatic. Voltaire's personal faith is quiet, almost agnostic. He calls himself a deist, believing in a creator who does not govern by miracle. The world, he says, runs on laws. The miracle is the law itself. He prefers the god of geometry to the god of thunder. It is a faith compatible with reason, a reverence without fear. Yet the age is not ready for such balance. Around him, monarchs tremble, priests plot, and revolutionaries sharpen words into weapons. He watches as thinkers younger than himself turn his moderation into militancy. They demand immediate change. He counsels patience. They call him cautious. He calls them reckless. He sees that enlightenment itself has enemies on every side. On one side, the old powers, the church, the court, the censors. On the other, new radicals who mistake destruction for liberty. Both, he says, are blinded by certainty. The true philosopher walks between, trusting in reason and experience, never in slogans. He writes, "Doubt is uncomfortable, but certainty is ridiculous." That line becomes a shield for generations to come. In it lies his whole method, to live intelligently in a world that resists intelligence. Voltaire studies the history of fanaticism as others study war. He collects examples of intolerance from every religion, not to mock faith, but to remind believers that cruelty wears many names. In his treatise on tolerance, he pleads for conscience without persecution. He writes, "It does not require faith to be virtuous, but it requires virtue to make faith harmless." He argues that religion's purpose should be consolation, not control. That prayer means little if it blesses injustice. That salvation, if it exists, must depend more on kindness than on creed. He does not abolish the sacred, he purifies it. For him, the enemy is not belief, but fanaticism, not ignorance, but arrogance. He calls dogma the poison of certainty. His antidote is curiosity. Every question asked in good faith, he insists, is an act of worship. Among the philosophes, Voltaire stands apart. Diderot dreams of universal encyclopedias. Rousseau preaches natural virtue. Montesquieu designs political balance. Voltaire, ever practical, concerns himself with human pain. He measures progress not by theories, but by suffering reduced. Let others speculate, he says. I will prevent one injustice, and it will be enough. His influence spreads beyond literature. Economists quote him, scientists thank him, statesmen read him in secret. Catherine the Great of Russia invites him to court. Frederick of Prussia calls him friend, then rival, then friend again. They correspond for decades, trading philosophy and sarcasm in equal measure. Voltaire enjoys their attention, but never forgets that power flatters to neutralize. He flatters back, but keeps his independence. To kings he offers advice wrapped in wit. To subjects he offers laughter sharp enough to wound without bleeding. He proves that diplomacy and defiance can coexist. His letters are theatre, half flattery, half resistance. They allow him to whisper truths that would be dangerous if shouted. Still, danger finds him. Books banned, plays censored, pamphlets condemned as heresy. He answers each attack not with retreat, but with more writing. He claims that persecution is advertisement. Burn my books, he says, and you light my words anew. In time, his defiance becomes legendary. Young writers adopt his tone, mixing courage with comedy. Voltaire becomes not only a thinker, but a style, a rhythm of irony, a way of being fearless without hatred. But as his fame grows, so does the backlash. Priests accuse him of corrupting youth. Some scholars envy his influence. Even among allies, jealousy breeds suspicion. He endures it with amusement. He says, "To be hated by fools is the beginning of wisdom." The enlightenment he helped ignite becomes a constellation too bright for one man to control. New thinkers push beyond him, toward revolutions he will not live to see. He reads their manifestos and feels both pride and unease. They speak of liberty, equality, fraternity, words that echo his own. But with heat instead of light. He fears that in destroying tyranny, they will forget tolerance. That in freeing themselves from kings, they will enslave themselves to anger. He senses the future approaching with the sound of marching feet. "Beware," he writes, "of those who burn to reform mankind. They will burn mankind itself." Yet, he does not despair. He believes ideas evolve beyond intention. The philosopher sows, history harvests. He will not live to see how the harvest turns, but he trusts the soil. In these twilight years, Voltaire writes, less polemic and more reflection. He returns to themes of aging, forgiveness, and mortality. He asks what the Enlightenment has truly achieved. People think more freely, yes, but do they feel more kindly? Science has advanced, but has wisdom kept pace? He answers himself softly, perhaps progress is not speed, but direction. To move toward reason, however slowly, is already victory. He watches children playing in the streets of Fernie, and imagines a world where laughter is safe. That, he decides, is civilization's test, not the splendor of cities, but the peace of ordinary joy. Through all these meditations, his humor never deserts him. He jokes about death, about God, about himself. He says, "I am at the age when one must choose between dying of boredom or dying of something else." Friends call his levity blasphemous. He replies that only despair is sin. His laughter, even now, is service. It keeps fear at bay. He understands that laughter and light share the same property. Both reveal, both comfort, both vanish when forced. That is why he refuses fanaticism on every side. He loves reason too much to make it a religion. Visitors ask him to define enlightenment. He answers without hesitation. It is the habit of judging things by evidence and people by their humanity. That sentence could stand as his epitaph. He sees enlightenment not as knowledge acquired, but as prejudice discarded. It is not a destination, but a discipline, a way of looking without hatred. He warns that light creates shadows. Every new truth exposes new errors. The work of thought, therefore, never ends. He imagines the future continuing this work, generation after generation, each one correcting the last. That image comforts him more than any creed. Late in life, he visits Paris again after decades in exile. The journey is both triumph and temptation. Crowds fill the streets to see him. Theaters perform his plays. Academies welcome him as a hero. He rides through the city as through a living book. Students shout his name. Women throw flowers. Priests mutter prayers he does not need. He bows from his carriage window, smiling faintly. He knows that fame, like faith, is a form of illusion. But he accepts it as one accepts sunlight, brief, warm, undeserved, and gone by evening. That night, in his hotel room, he writes the last words he will ever publish. May all men remember that they are brothers. It is both blessing and warning. It is the enlightenment reduced to a whisper. As this chapter of his life closes, the enemies of light remain, but so do its keepers. The movement he helped shape will survive him and divide without him. Some will turn his moderation into rebellion, some will misquote him to justify cruelty. He cannot prevent it. Ideas, once born, belong to history, yet he leaves behind a pattern, a method of thought that resists corruption, doubt, humor, patience, and courage. Together, they form an invisible armor, stronger than dogma, lighter than pride. And so, as night settles on the Enlightenment's greatest witness, Voltaire sits once more at his desk. The candle flickers. The pen rests between aging fingers. He writes one last note to a friend. The truth is slow, but it walks. He seals the letter, sets it aside, and listens to the quiet world he helped to free. Outside, the wind stirs his garden. The same garden he once made metaphor now rustles like applause. The philosopher smiles, knowing that the light he tended will wander on without him, fragile, flickering, but alive. And as we fade toward the next part of this journey, the final letters, the final home, the final peace, his words linger softly behind. The more I see of mankind, the more I love my garden. In the century before instant words and glowing screens, letters with a bloodstream of ideas. They carried thought from one solitude to another, stitched together the countenance hidden conversations. And no one wrote letters like Voltaire. His pen connected kingdoms, scholars, merchants, and friends. He wrote as if correspondence itself were a republic, a nation without borders, ruled only by curiosity. His letters were many things at once: confession, argument, performance, and disguise. Each one revealed a part of him and concealed another. They were the mirror through which Europe saw its conscience. He called them little ambassadors of truth. They carried humor where sermons could not, reason where pamphlets were banned, and compassion where the law was deaf. By the end of his life, he had written more than 20,000. A lifetime of sentences sent across mountains and seas, each one a spark of intellect searching for its match. Through them, Voltaire built the most powerful weapon of the Enlightenment: communication. He understood that wit could cross borders, that armies could not. While census-inspected books and sermons thundered from pulpits, his letters slipped quietly from desk to desk, turning into echoes that could not be contained. He addressed kings as equals, priests as students, friends as partners in the grand experiment of reason. He wrote with grace and danger balanced so delicately that even his enemies could not resist reading him. To Catherine the Great, he offered counsel disguised as flattery. To Frederick the Great, he offered flattery disguised as counsel. Their exchanges reveal a man who could disagree without provoking wrath, a master of tone who never confused humility with submission. He knew that a gentle truth, well-timed, was more revolutionary than any shout. The art of wit, to Voltaire, was not mockery for its own sake. It was the discipline of clarity. To write wittily was to think clearly enough that even the dull would listen. He said, "A witty phrase is a truth smiling." And he smiled often. Among his most dangerous letters were the letters Philosophites, the philosophical letters written after his stay in England. They compared English liberty with French absolutism, English science with French dogma. Each essay was a mirror angled just enough to reflect discomfort. He praised the English Parliament not to glorify Britain, but to embarrass France into thinking. When the book appeared, it exploded like quiet dynamite. Readers laughed first, then realized what they were laughing at. The clergy denounced it. The government banned it. Copies were burned in public squares. Voltaire, from exile, watched the smoke rise and murmured, "Fire purifies my ideas, will be sterilized and reborn." Those letters marked the birth of modern journalism. Fact and opinion fused into art, argument disguised as conversation. Voltaire had discovered that information, when made elegant, could move faster than authority could suppress it. What made him truly dangerous was accessibility. He wrote not for academies, but for anyone who could read. He refused the obscurity of scholars, believing that knowledge locked in jargon was as useless as treasure buried in stone. He wanted light to reach kitchens and workshops. His enemies called him vulgar. He took it as praise. "Let us be clear," he said, "so that clarity itself becomes contagious." He believed that reason must be shared to survive. An enlightened few accomplish little. An enlightened many transform the world. So he simplified without betraying depth. He laughed in sentences short enough for memory. He quoted himself before others could misquote him. And always he wrote as if speaking to one attentive mind, the reader alone at night, candle burning, low, heart open to thought. Voltaire's wit served not only philosophy but humanity. He used humor to comfort the afflicted, to reassure them that laughter need not vanish in suffering. In letters to grieving friends, he writes not of theology, but of endurance. He tells one widow, "Your tears are proof of love, and love is proof of life. Therefore, you honor the dead by living kindly." To another, he writes, "We cannot choose our tragedies, but we can refuse to be their accomplices." His compassion is always practical, never sentimental. He treats sorrow as he treats tyranny, something to resist through clarity. He once advised a friend tormented by doubt, "Do not be ashamed of uncertainty. It is the first step of reason, and the last of pride." These lines, written for one person, would later circulate through Europe as anonymous wisdom. Every letter he sent risked interception. So he developed a style of subtlety. Jokes within jokes, meanings within meanings. Censors could not punish what they failed to understand. His metaphors became armor, his laughter camouflage. He sometimes used pseudonyms or fictional editors. One pamphlet would quote another that did not exist. One character would contradict another, so that blame dissolved in ambiguity. It was a chess game of intellect and survival. He loved it, not for deceit's sake, but for the elegance of evasion. Yet he never hid completely. He wanted his opponents to know that behind the masks was always the same smile. He wrote, "They will never catch me, for I run faster than their anger." And he did through wit, through mobility, through sheer endurance. The charm of his letters lay not only in ideas, but in tone. He wrote as if speaking softly across a table, never as a lecturer above a podium. He replaced dogma with dialogue. Even when he corrected, he invited. Even when he mocked, he included. He used humor to level the field between philosopher and reader. To a young writer, he advised, do not preach, converse. To another, truth enters through the ear that laughter has opened. He believed that reform achieved through conversation endures longer than reform achieved through coercion. Because conversation, unlike conquest, preserves dignity on both sides. This is why his letters outlasted his polemics. While essays grow dated, letters preserve tone, the texture of living thought. They reveal a mind in motion rather than a monument. Some of his finest insights hide in casual sentences. To a mathematician, he writes, precision is the politeness of thinkers. To a soldier, courage without reason is a wild dog. To a poet, the rhythm of a verse is the rhythm of breathing. If it stops, so does the reader. He could be teacher, friend, and provocateur in the same paragraph. He turned correspondence into mentorship on a continental scale. Many of his recipients never met him, yet felt they knew him intimately. He belonged to them, not as idol, but as companion in the art of questioning. He gave them permission to think aloud. And that permission, granted quietly through envelopes, became one of the most subversive acts of his century. The tone of his letters also reveals a paradox. For all his attacks on hypocrisy, Voltaire loved the theatre of life. He enjoyed playing roles: courtier, rebel, sage, comedian. He believed irony was not deceit but perspective. It allowed him to see both sides of truth at once. Seriousness, he said, is the refuge of the mediocre. Yet his laughter always served. Sincerity. He joked, only to expose what people took too seriously. In his later years, the letters mellow. He no longer fights with everyone. He chooses his battles with care. He praises young thinkers, encourages women, writers, and debates priests who have learned, finally, to answer with civility. The age has changed, partly because he forced it to. But not all his correspondence is gentle. Sometimes the old fire returns. When he reads of injustice, the sentences sharpen instantly. He writes to a bishop defending intolerance. If you wish to serve God, begin by making men less miserable. He writes to a minister who excuses censorship. Do you fear words? Then you have already lost. Even at 80, his pen still carries the precision of outrage. He signs each letter not as philosopher or noble, but simply Voltaire, cultivator of Ferney. That title, half humorous, becomes his signature philosophy. Cultivator, one who tends the soil, the mind, the human conscience. It replaces all other honors. Through these letters, Europe learns to think aloud. They form the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying shock, sympathy, and stimulation across distance. Voltaire teaches that conversation itself is civilization. That where people exchange words, they are less likely to exchange blows. His wit softens disagreement into curiosity. He makes the act of correspondence a moral duty. He writes, "To answer is to exist." He means that silence is complicity, and that every reply, even in disagreement, keeps reason alive. He anticipates the future without knowing it, a world connected by voices instead of chains, a world where words travel faster than armies. In his letters lie the first architecture of modern dialogue, toward the end. As his strength fades, he writes fewer lines, but with more tenderness. He thanks his correspondents for keeping him alive in spirit. He writes, "When I can no longer travel, my words walk for me." He feels the limits of his body, but not of his reach. Every sealed envelope carries another fragment of his immortality. In one of his last letters, he muses, "I have spent my life fighting foolishness, and I see that it is immortal. But perhaps, if it never dies, neither will laughter." That single line could stand as the motto of his age. He does not expect victory. He expects continuity. And that expectation, humble and steadfast, is the true essence of enlightenment. When he dies, his letters remain in drawers, trunks, pockets. They circulate slowly, outliving censorship, outliving even the revolutions they inspired. Future generations will piece them together and find not a hero, but a human voice, curious, weary, amused, alive. They will see that his greatest creation was not a book or a theory, but the habit of correspondence itself, the ongoing dialogue. Between minds seeking clarity, Voltaire's wit was dangerous because it proved that truth need not be solemn to be powerful. A joke, sincerely meant, could loosen the grip of tyranny. A letter, honestly written, could change a world one reader at a time. As this section fades to its quiet close, imagine him once more at his desk, the quill moving slowly across parchment. He signs his name, folds the sheet, and presses wax upon it. The candlelight flickers on his face. He smiles, not triumphant, but content. He has learned that words, like seeds, find their soil in distant minds. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, someone will open a letter and feel a sudden lightness of thought, a quiet rebellion, a smile at the edge of revelation. That is how enlightenment travels, not by decree, but by correspondence, and in the hush that follows, his voice drifts on, patient and amused, a whisper through centuries, still teaching us to think, still reminding us to laugh, and still daring us to tell the truth gently. By now the world has changed, and Voltaire with it. He has written his way through prisons, courts, and revolutions of thought. He has outlived kings, outargued bishops, outlasted his enemies, and yet he remains what he was at the beginning. A man in search of a place where he can think freely, live honestly, and write without fear. That place will be Ferney, a small estate near the French-Swiss border, a frontier between nations, between safety and danger, between silence and speech. It is fitting that his final home lies between worlds, for Voltaire himself has always lived there, half rebel, half diplomat, half jester, half judge. He arrives in Ferney in 1758, an old man in years, though not in energy. The journey has taken him through exiles in England, Geneva, and Lorraine, each offering temporary shelter, but never rest. He has been a guest of princes, a fugitive of priests, a man too free for any government's comfort. Ferney is his compromise with fate. A place close enough to France to matter, but far enough from Paris to survive. The land is wild when he buys it. A handful of peasants tilt thin soil under mountain winds. The houses lean with age. The fields produce little. Voltaire sees not poverty but potential. He looks at the valley and imagines a living philosophy, a village where work, knowledge, and tolerance could coexist. He begins to build. He renovates the manor, plants orchards, digs wells, hires masons and carpenters. Soon the sound of hammers replaces the silence of neglect. Ferney becomes a construction site for reason. Voltaire walks among the workers, sleeves rolled, discussing both measurements and metaphysics. He tells them, "We shall cultivate, and therefore we shall live." They laugh, thinking it jest, but he means it with sacred seriousness. Word spreads that the great philosopher has settled near the border. Visitors begin to arrive, refugees, scholars, merchants, dreamers. Some come seeking wisdom, others protection. They find both. Voltaire's home becomes a sanctuary without formal walls. Catholics and Protestants live side by side under his roof. He insists they share meals, arguing that reason requires no uniform creed. He builds a chapel, and above its entrance carves an inscription that confuses authorities. Dio rerexit Voltaire to God. Voltaire built this. It is part devotion, part joke, part defiance. The message is clear. A man may believe in God without belonging to any church. The local bishop protests. Voltaire replies politely, saying that charity is better theology than quarrel. He continues his work, turning Ferney into a model of peaceful productivity. Within a decade, the barren village becomes prosperous. He introduces better farming methods, founds a watchmaking workshop, brings in teachers and artisans. He ensures the poor are paid fairly, that the children learn letters as well as trades. He pays for dowries, repairs roads, funds hospitals. Ferney becomes known as the city of Voltaire. Travelers marvel at its order and civility. When asked why he invests so much in a small village, he answers, because the world begins. Wherever we stand, that is the garden philosophy made flesh. What he once wrote in satire, he now lives in practice. Ferney is not only refuge, it is proof, a demonstration that enlightenment, applied patiently, can feed the hungry and calm the fearful. The house itself becomes legendary. Guests come from all corners of Europe. They find a host both humble and theatrical, a man who can quote Latin one moment and gossip about local harvests the next. He delights in conversation more than ceremony. The dining room becomes his new salon. Each meal a symposium, each guest both student and teacher. He listens intently to stories, asks questions that turn anecdotes into parables. He laughs easily, yet beneath the humor lies purpose. He tests ideas the way farmers test soil, by seeing what grows. He writes less now, but what he writes carries the weight of distillation. Each letter, each essay, feels like a seed packed with seasons of experience. Despite the peace of Ferney, controversy finds him still. The church denounces him anew for his epitaph to reason. Critics call him a hypocrite for his wealth, as if comfort disqualified conscience. He answers with the same composure as always. Let them shout. The more noise they make, the less harm. They do. Even kings tread carefully around him now. They need his approval as much as they once feared his scorn. Frederick of Prussia still writes, sometimes flatteringly, sometimes bitterly. Their friendship has cooled, but not died. Voltaire answers courteously, always returning to the same theme, that wisdom is better than power, because wisdom needs no guards. He corresponds with Catherine the Great, sending advice on law, education, and tolerance. She admires him enough to call him the teacher of Europe. He replies, half amused, I am but a student who never stops asking questions. Ferney becomes both fortress and lighthouse. From its quiet hills, Voltaire watches the world evolve. He sees revolutions stirring in America, reforms rising in France. He senses the tremor of an era ending. He is too old to travel, yet his words move faster than any courier. Visitors describe him as radiant in his frailty, thin, pale, but glowing with vitality of mind. He speaks of the past with affection, of the future with curiosity, of himself with irony. He refuses to be solemn, saying, "One must die as one has." Lived-amused. In those twilight years, he becomes philosopher, mayor, and father to his villagers. When disputes arise, they come to him. He listens, decides, and often pays from his own purse to settle matters. He prefers peace to principle, because peace feeds more people. He writes that governments could learn from gardeners, remove weeds, but never the roots of life. It is both agricultural and political advice. When winter settles on Fernie, he spends evenings near the fire reading letters. He comments aloud to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing. He keeps one letter from an old friend pinned above his desk as simple line, "You have made thought humane." He reads it often, as if reminding himself that enlightenment is not about brightness, but warmth. In these moments, he feels gratitude rather than pride. He knows that the ideas he helped nurture will outlive him and grow in unpredictable ways. He no longer worries about credit, only continuity. He says, truth does not need heirs, only witnesses. The seasons turn gently. He watches snow cover the garden, then melt into new green. The rhythm comforts him. Life, he realizes, repeats itself, not as punishment, but as promise. Every return of spring is proof that labor was not wasted. Friends who visit in those final years describe the same scene. Voltaire sitting by a window, a quill in one hand, a basket of fruit beside him. He offers pears, stories, and questions. Always questions. Are we better? He asks one evening. Not perfect, just better. The visitor hesitates. Voltaire smiles. That hesitation, he says, is honesty. Keep it. Fernie becomes his metaphor for the human condition in imperfect paradise maintained by imperfect hands. He writes that civilization is a garden under siege by weeds. Weeds will always return. The task is to keep them manageable. He has no illusions of final victory, only faith in the daily act of care. He reminds his villagers that thinking is also cultivation. He funds a small school, teaches arithmetic and reading, believing ignorance is the root weed of them all. When someone thanks him, he replies, "Do not thank me. Thank the idea of progress, it belongs to everyone." He continues to write letters late into the night, his sentences shorter now, but no less clear. He ends one with, "My body sleeps, my mind keeps gardening." It is both metaphor and fact. As he grows weaker, Paris calls to him once more. Friends urge him to return, to receive the adoration he has long been denied. For years he refuses. Then, one spring morning in 1778, he decides to go. "I shall see my children once more," he says, meaning his readers. The journey is slow, but when he enters the city, it feels like history itself coming home. Crowds gather, shouting his name. The theater dedicates a performance to him. The streets bloom with applause. He bows, weary but smiling. After decades of exile, Paris has become the world he imagined a city daring to think aloud. He stays only a few weeks. The excitement exhausts him. One night he whispers to a friend, I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition. Then he sleeps. They bury him in secret, for the church still fears his presence even in death. But fear cannot silence affection. Years later, the revolution will carry his remains to the Pantheon, where crowds will chant his name and call him the soul of France. Fernie, meanwhile, remains. The gardens continue to bloom, the workshops hum, the schools teach. His villagers keep a chair for him at the table and say, "He is not gone. He is working elsewhere." And so, as we leave this quiet refuge, picture the estate at dusk, the air cool, the fields golden. A single lamp glows in the study window. Inside, an empty chair, a quill resting in its holder, the scent of parchment. An ink still fresh dot outside. The garden hums with life bees moving between blossoms, branches stirring in gentle wind. Everything continues, as it always does, as he always hoped it would. The man is gone, but his refuge remains, a living symbol of reason's patience. Proof that thought, when rooted in kindness, can become a home. And from that quiet place between nations, between faith and doubt, between laughter and truth, Voltaire's voice still carries, soft but unending, cultivate your garden. It is the only world that will ever belong to you. The year is 1778. Voltaire is 83 years old, thin as parchment and just as full of words. He has lived through a century that feared him, mocked him, and finally learned to listen. Now, after 27 years away, he returns to Paris, the city that once imprisoned him, the city that now greets him as a prophet returned from exile. He travels slowly, stopping in villages along the road. Everywhere, crowds gather. Farmers, students, merchants, people who had never read a line of his work, lined the streets to see the face that had argued with kings. They call his name not as a philosopher, but as a friend. Some kneel, others laugh, and he, amused, waves them to their feet. He whispers to his companion, "When I left, they cursed me. Now they cheer." It seems success is simply exile that lasted long enough. When he enters Paris, the city erupts. The noise is overwhelming, the cheers rising from every quarter like the sound of an awakening. Windows blaze with candles. Carriages follow his coach through the streets. The Academy welcomes him as a returning patriarch. Theatres perform his plays to standing ovations. Crowds wait outside his lodging just to catch a glimpse of him. He bows from the balcony, thin and radiant, eyes gleaming with both exhaustion and disbelief. He has outlived all who condemned him. He has outlasted every threat. In that moment, the philosopher becomes a legend made flesh. The applause seems endless, but beneath it he hears something deeper, the murmur of a century closing behind him. He senses that he has become the bridge between worlds, the old of kings and creeds, and the new of liberty and reason. He knows bridges do not last forever, but while they stand, they carry everything across. During those weeks in Paris, he lives as if the years have rolled away. Visitors crowd his rooms from dawn to nightfall. He speaks, jokes, argues, blesses. Students ask for guidance. Nobles beg for wit. Painters sketch him, poets quote him, and children recite his aphorisms like prayers. He laughs softly at the irony that after a lifetime of being too dangerous to print, He has become the safest symbol of intellect the world can offer. Yet even as he enjoys the adoration, he feels its fragility. He tells a friend they applaud ideas they have not yet understood. When they begin to understand them, they will tremble again. He knows popularity is not proof of progress. Still, he accepts it with grace. To deny joy, even temporary, would be ungrateful. He spends his last nights attending the theatre. The audience rises when he enters. Actors stop mid-performance too. Bow. He bows back, smiling faintly. A physician warns him that the excitement will kill him. Voltaire replies, "Then let me die," applauded. The exhaustion does come. After so many years of surviving persecution, his body cannot withstand celebration. He grows weak, though his mind remains clear. Friends gather around his bed. Priests send polite invitations for confession. He declines gently. "I have nothing to confess except curiosity," he says. He insists on reason, even in farewell. He murmurs, "I am tired of hearing people ask for miracles. It is miracle enough that we are alive." One night, sensing the end near, he dictates his final statement. "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he adds, smiling, "Now leave me to die in peace. Do not make a ceremony." Of it, a few hours later, in quiet sleep, he does Paris mourns and celebrates at once. The church refuses him burial in consecrated ground. The people ignore the refusal. Friends smuggle his body by night to a monastery near Troyes, where he is laid to rest secretly, as if even death feared his voice might rise again. But silence will not hold him. 11 years later, after the storm of revolution, France reclaims him publicly. The revolution's leaders, believing themselves heirs to his pen, order his remains carried to the Pantheon, the temple of the nations great. The procession is immense. Tens of thousands follow the coffin through streets lined with banners. Inscribed on the side, "He gave mankind the spirit of liberty." Some weep, some sing, some carry candles, and above them all, the bells ring not for religion, but for reason. His body, once smuggled in secret, now rests beneath marble open to the sky. The irony would have delighted him. His legacy, however, is not stone but atmosphere. It lives in the habits of thought he made possible. Before him, people asked, "What must I believe?" After him, they began to ask, "What can I know?" Their change subtle, immense reshaped civilization. He did not invent the Enlightenment. He embodied its temperament, curiosity without cruelty, courage without hatred, and the refusal to take oneself too seriously. He left behind no disciples, only readers, millions of them. His influence moved through institutions he never trusted. Through revolutions he never joined, through laws he never wrote. It became invisible, as air becomes invisible once everyone breathes it. Philosophers debated his theology. Politicians quoted his wit. Common people remembered his laughter. He became a presence rather than a person, a whisper reminding each generation that reason is not cold, that truth need not shout, and that progress begins with a question. The paradox of his life endures. He mocked power yet advised rulers. He doubted God yet prayed in labor. He lived for peace yet fought endlessly. Through contradiction, he remained coherent, because his loyalty was never to systems but to conscience. He believed that the mind, like the world, must be cultivated daily. His garden was never perfect, but it was alive. In every age since, his name reappears whenever freedom trembles. Whenever censorship returns, someone quotes him. Whenever fanaticism spreads, someone reads him again. He becomes the eternal companion of rebellion tempered by thought. His laughter echoes in courtrooms, classrooms, and cafes. It is the laughter of a man who has seen folly and forgiven it. The laughter that clears the air before dawn. Centuries later, the philosopher remains modern. His ideas anticipate the rhythm of the digital age, fast, witty, skeptical, global. He would have loved this world of endless conversation and feared it equally. He would have warned us that speed without reflection turns communication into noise, that enlightenment must keep pace with invention. He would have told us, as he told his own century, to be skeptical not of truth, but of those who claim to own it. His garden survives now as metaphor. We cultivate it each time we choose understanding over outrage, dialogue over dogma, kindness over pride. Every act of patience continues his work. Every question asked in good faith extends his light another generation. That is his real immortality, not a statue, not a book, but the rhythm of thinking that refuses to stop. If you walk today through the Pantheon in Paris, past marble heroes and carved prayers, you may see his tomb bathed in quiet light. Visitors stand in silence, reading the inscription. Poet, historian, philosopher, he prepared us to be free. Some smile, some nod, some simply linger. They may not realize it, but in that silence, they are participating in his last request to think for themselves. And somewhere beyond stone and centuries, one can almost hear the faintest echo of his voice, still curious, still amused, still whispering to all who would listen, cultivate your garden. Speak gently, but speak. And if you must fight, fight only with reason. The applause of his final return never truly ended. It continues quietly each time a person questions fear, each time laughter survives injustice, each time a mind opens. Instead of closing, that, more than any revolution, is Voltaire's victory. And so the story closes as it began, with a man and a pen. A cell replaced by a study, darkness replaced by dawn. He left the world no perfect system, only a method of courage, to live with light enough to see, and humility enough to doubt. The candle burns low once more. Ink dries on the page. The philosopher rests, his words still moving quietly through time. A reminder that freedom is never granted once, but cultivated forever. The story of Voltaire ends, but his invitation does not. Each generation inherits the same question. What does it mean to cultivate our garden today in this restless century of ours? The words sound simple, almost quaint, yet within them lies an entire philosophy of survival. It is not about literal soil alone. It is about the peace of the world that each of us can tend, the small circle of influence where care still matters. It is the idea that improvement, not perfection, is the real work of a lifetime. Voltaire's garden was once a patch of land at Ferney. Ours may be a household, a classroom, an online conversation, a business built with integrity, or simply a quiet discipline of attention in a noisy world. Every place where effort meets patience is a continuation of that same enlightenment. We live in a time flooded with light screens, information, opinions, and yet so much of it blinds rather then illuminates. Voltaire would recognize this paradox immediately. He would remind us that light without clarity becomes glare, that knowledge without perspective becomes confusion. He would tell us that the gardener's task is not to own the sun, but to guide its warmth to what needs it most. He would ask, are you cultivating your mind or merely consuming? For him, thought was labor, low, methodical, honest. It required weeding out prejudice, watering compassion, letting humility breathe between rows of certainty. He would insist that wisdom still begins when noise ends in silence long enough. To hear one's own reason, to cultivate our gardens today is to resist despair. Every age believes itself in crisis, but perhaps what changes is only the form of distraction. In Voltaire's time, tyranny wore robes and crowns. In ours, it often wears exhaustion. We hurry from task to task, forgetting that the gardener's greatest strength is patience. He would tell us, slow down. Do not wait for utopia or collapse. Attend to the ground beneath your feet. The weeds of ignorance, cruelty, and apathy are easier to pull when they are small. Neglect them, and they become forests. He would smile at our technology, marvel at our tools, and then ask the same question he asked of kings. To what end? For him, progress was never a matter of invention alone, but of intention. A machine is neutral, only its use has morality. To cultivate is to choose purpose over power. Voltaire's voice would fit naturally in this century of argument. He would scroll, observe, and laugh softly. He would see crowds proclaiming certainty in every direction, each shouting that they alone have truth. He would remind them that shouting is not proof. He would write a sentence short enough for our attention spanned and sharp enough to cut through the noise. Those who think alike are not necessarily thinking. He would ask us to bring humor back to discourse, to argue as gardeners debate whether with passion, yes, but also acceptance of limits. For a reason, like the seasons, thrives on cycles of growth and rest. We must plant ideas, knowing some will fail. Failure, to Voltaire, was never disgrace. It was compost future nourishment for better thought. To cultivate our gardens today also means courage. Freedom of speech remains fragile, threatened not only by laws but by indifference. He would tell us that silence, even when born of fatigue, feeds the roots of tyranny. He would not demand constant rebellion, only honest participation, the willingness to speak gently but persistently. He believed persuasion begins not with shouting but with listening. Speak, he might say, as if your opponent could. Be your neighbor tomorrow. He would urge us to defend reason without cruelty. The enemy is not the believer or the skeptic, but the arrogance that refuses to learn. Tolerance, he wrote, is not weakness. It is the recognition that all of us are fragile in different ways. In a world divided by ideology, his garden remains open ground. Perhaps most of all, he would remind us to find happiness not in theories, but in usefulness. He once wrote that work protects us from boredom, vice, and need. That still holds. 2. Create, repair, teach, or help. These are acts of faith in the human project. They are how we turn thought into life. Voltaire never trusted purity. He trusted improvement. He knew perfection is a mirage that leads to cruelty. Better, he said, to do small good daily than to dream of grand goodness deferred forever. The Gardener's joy lies in tending, not in finishing. When we look around at the scale of modern problems, climate, injustice, confusion, his philosophy may seem too small. What can a garden do against a storm? But he would answer, the storm does not last forever, the garden does. He believed in endurance over spectacle. Every era that forgets moderation, he warned, must relearn it through pain. The cultivation of one plot, one mind, creates ripples across generations. The person who teaches a child to think plants trees that will shade strangers. The worker who insists on fairness waters roots that feed unseen futures. Such acts are not dramatic, but they are the foundation of civilization. Voltaire would also remind us of humor's sacred place. He knew laughter is not escapism, but oxygen. To laugh at folly is to deny its authority. To laugh at oneself is to remain free from vanity. He would tell us that solemnity has ruined as many nations as sin, when we can still smile at absurdity. We prove that reason is alive. He would not ask us to be saints, only to be awake. He would forgive our contradictions as he forgave his own. He would say that doubt, properly tended, bears the fruit of humility. And humility is the soil in which wisdom grows, as the night deepens. Imagine sitting in that old garden of Fernie, the air cool, the leaves whispering. You can almost hear the faint scratch of a quill, the sound of a chair creaking, the voice of an old man smiling as he writes, "Let us cultivate our gardens." He meant it literally, and he meant it for eternity. It is not instruction, but reassurance, that goodness is still possible, that effort still matters, that the world, for all its noise, is still capable of being tended. We cultivate our gardens. When we study instead of scroll, when we build instead of complain, when we forgive instead of argue for sport, we cultivate them. When we plant trees we will never see mature, when we mend a friendship instead of winning an argument, when we leave a space more peaceful than we found it. These small actions, multiplied silently, are what keep civilization breathing. He would call this the arithmetic of kindness. No sermon, no ideology, just numbers that add up over time. 1,000 tiny efforts outweigh a single grand declaration. Every thoughtful person becomes a gardener of their own era. In the end, cultivating our gardens today is nothing more and nothing less than remembering that freedom is a form of responsibility. To think clearly, to speak honestly, to act usefully, to rest without surrendering curiosity. These are the tools of the gardener's trade. Voltaire's life taught that the battle for reason is not fought once. It is maintained every sunrise. He gave us not conclusions, but habits. He did not ask us to worship his name, but to continue his work. As this journey draws to its quiet close, imagine returning from the vastness of history to your own small garden. It may be literal or invisible, a piece of mind or earth or duty. Look at it the way he would, without cynicism, without illusion, but with care. The weeds will always be there. So will the light. He would wish you not perfection, but persistence. He would remind you that every moment of clear thought, every act of kindness, every refusal to hate is another stroke of cultivation. He would leave you with a final whisper, gentle, practical, eternal. Do not wait for the world to be wise. Begin with your garden. Plant reason, water compassion, harvest peace. And as those words settle, the garden fades into stillness, the air filled with quiet breathing, the night deep but kind. Another century sleeps, and the light of reason, small yet steady, continues to burn.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive, the hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet, Hesiod, who wrote of the gods, Odysseus, that clever hero, all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most: ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenarete sighed, because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance, and that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it, and then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought, and some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing. But you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety? You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. That's an interesting example, he says. But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share? Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, but which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it? Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being Innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated. And here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive. your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters, free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination rather than through others' opinions, free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance, all of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias, another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed. And when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of 2 urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, But we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Miletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Miletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Miletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Miletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Miletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Miletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Miletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me? It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Miletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Miletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. You can't have it both ways, Miletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it? By the time Socrates was done with Miletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. "I cannot stop," he said. "The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness." And then he said something that must have infuriated many in that courtroom. "I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do." Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. "If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens," he said, "how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death." And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. "I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life." When the speech ended,